Rustich digs in on the right side. Top the third inning. 2 away. 0-0 ball game. From the stretch, this one swung on and driven deep to left field, hanging back towards the firehouse and gone. Y'all take the lead on a solo shot from Stephen Rustich. Uh, 6:45, please. 5:45. Yes, please. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Eddie.
by Chad Rose.
At 89 degrees, it's a hot one out here in Joliet. The Y'alls trying to take game 2 of this series after falling last night 9-8 in an extra innings walk-off walk. The Y'alls led by as many as 3 runs, but that wasn't good enough. Joliet came back with some small ball offense and came alive in the 10th to walk it off in possibly the most boring fashion, a walk-off walk. But it's another day, and Joliet has not won back-to-back games since July 11th. That's more than 2 weeks ago. They have only won back-to-back games 9 times this season, never once taking any streak to 3 games. Well, here the Joliet Slammers are trying to grab their second in a row. The Y'alls have not lost back-to-back games in the second half. In fact, 2 days, let alone not 2 games, 2 days has been their longest drought of any. That includes off days, rainouts, what have you. And that stretches to Sunday's loss to the Sussex County Miners and Monday's off day, sandwiched between a couple wins, and Thursday's rainout and yesterday's loss. Also sandwiched, well, preceded by a win. We'll see today if the Y'alls can hammer back. Thank you so much for tuning in out here high above home plate in Joliet, Illinois. I'm Jesse Cook. Grateful for all of you listening. Filling in for Rory Tenemer on this road trip and the next one. Rory, hope you enjoy your vacation off in New Jersey. Should be lovely weather out there, just like it is out here, but maybe we could use a fan on the field. Plenty of fans in the stands as it is Star Wars night here at Slammers Stadium. So if you hear the beautiful orchestral pieces of John Williams in the background, don't worry, it's not a mistake. This is supposed to be a game handled with the force. The Y'alls are throwing Ty Good on the bump, hoping that the young Padawan in his second professional start can shake off the shivers of being tasked with going out there on Thursday in a game that did not end up counting. He pitched the first inning of a game on Thursday in that rainout in the series finale against Joliet. Faced 4 batters, he struck out 1, but he also gave up a home run. His only actual outing, his only game that has counted so far, was his debut. That was against Sussex County back on Friday, so 8 days ago. Good went 4 1/3, allowed 5 hits, 3. Good went out there and pitched 4 1/3 innings, allowed 5 hits and 3 runs with 3 walks and 4 strikeouts. Apologies for the pause there. We've been having technical difficulties in Joliet these last couple days, and our audio very briefly cut out there, so I'm not sure if that was something that just happened in my ears or affected everyone, but such is the way when you're on the road. But Good, his second outing. The Y'alls picked him up after a college season at South Carolina. And he's pitching against Jake Armstrong for Joliet. Armstrong comes in with a .398 earned run average. He struck out 47 batters across 63 1/3 innings pitched. This is his 13th start and 14th appearance total. Last time out, he was handed the loss in a 5-4 close game, losing on the road at Windy City. He pitched 4 2/3 then, gave up 5 runs, only 4 of which were earned on 6 hits. He also walked 1, but struck out 6. Before that, it was a shutout performance across 4 innings against the Gateway Grizzlies back on July 23rd. Been fairly consistent over his last month of play. That is his only outing in which he gave up fewer than 2 runs. He's given up multiple runs in every outing besides that one, dating back for the last month. Not as packed as it was yesterday for Pirate and Princess Night, but you can be sure that plenty of Star Wars fans will flood through, especially after Joliet took the extra innings win. So the Owls are trying to rebound. They're doing it with a pitcher who was already psyched up to go 2 days ago. It's definitely an odd situation for Ty Good. So that's why we sat down with his instructor, pitching coach Carl Craigie, for our Meet NKY conversation with Coach. Meet NKY, when you're looking for where to stay, what to eat, and how to have fun, Meet NKY is your guide to Florence, Covington, Newport, and Greater Cincinnati. So we hope you enjoy this quick listen. If you're listening to the game on YouTube, you'll get the full conversation. If you're watching on Flow Sports, you can always go to our YouTube Florence Y'all's channel later and listen to the interview in full. Enjoy. Hey, down the third base line here at Slammers Stadium. It's the Meet NKY conversation with Coach Jesse Cook here with pitching coach Carl Craigie. And you're throwing Ty Good today. He pitched 2 days ago for 1 inning on Thursday before it was rained out. How does he adjust going into his real second start of the week?
Yeah, we had a little curveball thrown at us with the rain. Ty gave us one, and we kind of had him preparing to go back out for the next hour after that, inside, staying ready. But he feels good. Talked to him that night, asked if he wanted the ball Saturday, and he was all about it. So we're going to kind of treat it as if it was a bullpen day, and then that's pretty much normal, 1 day off, and then he'll have the ball tonight. Looking to get about 5, but I'm just going to see what Ty gives us, and he should do well here.
And you said he's getting ready and treating this more, you guys are treating this more like a bullpen day, but he was ready to go out there after an hour of rain delay. You have to get mentally psyched up for that. What goes through your mind when you're delayed a couple days?
Yeah, the rain was tough, and we kind of knew it was going to come, didn't know if it was going to stop the game. We ultimately, after an hour, we switched it to Ross Thompson. Ross was going to go out and start that just because we felt the wait was too long for Ty to go back out. So we're treating that day as his bullpen day, 1 inning, call it a bullpen, and then give us what he can tonight. So he's all about it. He's there mentally. He stayed locked in, and he's ready to go tonight. So.
And you're down a reliever from your normal roster. Cam Farrer off to greener pastures, picked up by the Giants yesterday on the way here.
Yes.
So you're pitching with one fewer arm. How does that affect your game plan?
Yeah, real quick about Cam. He deserves it, man. We're really pumped up for that. He's our third arm this year after Ryan Watson and Logan Campbell. And, he busted his tail in the offseason coming off Tommy John and really earned everything he's gotten to this point. And it's nice to see he finally got an opportunity to get in that affiliate world and ultimately a shot at the big leagues. But yeah, we're down a guy for this series, but we still have new guys. We got Rodney Hutchison back. Excited to see him out there. Matt Fernandez, his first outing was good. He's new, he's hungry. He'll get in there tonight probably. So we can cover that. It's obviously tough when somebody gets picked up. You kind of have an idea it might happen, but you never really know. And then you got to find the next guy somewhere, and it's, hopefully you hit on that. And but being down a man this series, I think we got it covered. We used some of our more experienced guys last night, so there's going to be guys that have to step up into new roles and kind of carry some weight, but they're prepared to do that, so we should be fine.
And how proud does it make you to see not just Cam getting called up, but to see those 3 pitchers get called up when you're the pitching coordinator? You're the guy that they've been looking to for advice here in the Frontier League.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Ryan Watson and Logan Campbell never got to meet each other, but they actually played each other last week. They had a 4-game set, and I told them, hey, make sure to send a picture and put it in our pitchers chat that they're still in, even though you guys didn't know each other. Cam hits a little different because I played with Cam in 2022, and then I saw him ultimately hurt his elbow last year, and that was tough mentally, and it's cool seeing him get a chance and really work for everything that he got.
That's pretty unique how he got called up. You guys pull over in Batesville, Indiana, about an hour into what's supposed to be a 5-hour drive, and Chad just announces to the team, hey, everybody, we're stopping. Cam Farrer just got picked up. Have you ever heard a bus that loud?
I have not. It's pretty cool. It's weird how, yeah, we congrats, and now we're gonna leave you at McDonald's, and you're gonna find your way to Arizona. But I mean, that's what it's all about. Indie ball. Yeah, you want to get a shot at that next level, and it's awesome to see somebody get that opportunity. The guys were fired up. Cam was fired up. It's just funny how had to kick him to the curb on our way to Joliet, but he's on to some better stuff over there in San Francisco.
Well, we're excited to watch it and excited to see how this one goes today. That's pitching coach Carl Craigie. Conversation with Coach. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Welcome back to our 50 West Brewing pregame show inspired by the Great American Road Trip across Route 50. 50 West is the premier brewery in the Cincinnati area. At 50 West, every beer is a journey. Join us for the ride, located at 7605 Worcester Pike, Cincinnati. Jesse Cook with you. We're still getting ready to go here from Joliet. Thank you to Carl Craigie for that Meet NKY conversation with Coach. He was very, very happy to see Cam Ferry get moved on, and it really is a credit to the pitching coach when 3 different arms get scooped up by affiliated organizations during the season. Your pitching matchup today, we talked about it earlier, Ty Good for the Yalls against Jake Armstrong for Joliet. The Yalls are 3 games under 500, 6 games behind the Lake Erie Crushers for that last playoff spot. The Joliet Slammers are 29-41 after that walk-off win last night on an extra innings, bases loaded walk to complete a 2-run comeback in that bottom of the 10th. Let's get into our starting lineups. So we know that Ty Good is pitching for the Yalls. Blazo Sabin is leading off in center field, his second game back from injury. Craig Massey is at first base. Brian Fuentes is batting third and playing third as he has been all season. He's only missed 1 game this year. Hank Zeisler is in right field, just like he was yesterday. Stephen Rustich is finally back in the field. He was the designated hitter yesterday in his first game back from injury. Now he's out in left today and batting fifth. Zane Richardson takes on the designated hitter duties in the 6th spot. Sergio Gutierrez is back behind the plate, batting 7th. Justin Levy is in at 2nd and batting 8th. He subbed in on defense last night, starting as a pinch runner, as the extra runner in the 10th inning, and then staying on for defense. Ed Johnson, who has been the leadoff man for most of the last month, is now in at shortstop and batting 9th. As for Joliet, Jake Armstrong pitching. Leading off is Liam MacArthur in left field. Antonio Valdez, who pinch hit last night and struck out in the 10th inning, is playing 2nd and batting 2nd. Matthew Workington, after that home run yesterday, is batting 3rd and playing 1st. Jonathan Sierra is in the designated hitter spot. Victor Nova is batting 5th and playing 3rd. Adam Pottinger is in center field and batting 6th. Chris Davis has moved up a couple spots to the 7 hole. He's in right field. Andrew Fernandez is batting 8th and playing shortstop, and Brandon Heidel is behind the plate catching, batting 9th. We're going to pause for the national anthem played by Joliet West High School's band. Enjoy. Fantastic stuff on the national anthem there, and you could hear a fire truck off in the distance pull out from the Joliet Fire Department headquarters, which sit separated by a black fence right over the left field wall, and shined up with red, white, and blue lights. The Y'alls, their visiting team, are wearing the same jerseys as last night. The baby blues with the script red lettering for the Y'alls across the chest, red and white horizontal sleeves, wearing gray pants, red socks, red helmets, blue caps with a red bill. Joliet is in the all whites, a green block lettering slammer is written across the chest with an orange outline, orange trim down the buttons, and bright green numbers on the back, also in that orange outline. Green socks with orange stripes, white hats with an orange brim, and a green back. We're just about ready to get going. Jake Armstrong crouched down on the bump, ready to pitch. His catcher, Brandon Heidel, has been in the squat for a while now, and Armstrong finally gets on the bump for his warm-up pitches. Last night was a game full of back and forth chances. It was 3-0 Joliet and a no-hitter through the first 3 2/3. But the Y'alls answered back in the 4th inning, scored their first run, and mounted a 4-run 6th to take the lead, adding on again in the 7th inning. But Joliet tied it up in the bottom half of that frame off of a freak accident where there were 2 away, the bases loaded, and Jonathan Sierra hit a high chopper that just missed everyone, and 2 runs scored on an infield hit. The game stayed tied. We went to extras. Sergio Gutierrez and Dalton Davis came through clutch for the Y'alls with RBIs in the 10th inning, but it was all for naught. Joliet scored 2 runs on a bases loaded single down to the final out, and finally loaded the bases again, leading to a walk-off walk. Interesting that there's no Dalton Davis in the lineup today. He went 3 for 5 last night, but he's getting a rest day, as is the team's home run leader, TJ Reeves. He's been dealing with an injury after colliding with the wall back home against Lake Erie. He showed me how he got hit. He demonstrated against the batting cage earlier where he was sliding in and he just caught the corner on his hip. He should be back to play designated hitter tomorrow, and if not, he told me that he will be absolutely good to go by the start of Tuesday for the series at Washington against the first place Wild Things. The throw is down to second on the warm-ups, so we're just about ready to go.
Please welcome my friend Gavin, who's here to say those 2 little words.
It's 89 degrees here in Joliet. Wind straying deep down the right field line. The sun peeking out over the third base stands, casting long shadows out through the infield. Lazo Sabin leading off for the Y'alls from the right side. He digs in with all black cleats, contrasting the chalk, crowding the plate. The right-hander Armstrong winds and fires. First pitch fastball for a strike. An 0-1 count to O'Sabin. Yesterday it took him a while to get a hit. He ended up going 1 for 6. The pitch, he swings and loops out to first, and Workington gloves it in the air. Quickly 1 away after a leap from Joliet's first baseman. Craig Massey comes up from the left side. We didn't see him in the lineup yesterday, the Y'alls player coach, with a scheduled rest day. Now he's back. Massey enters this one with a .258 batting average. First pitch from the right-hander. Runs upstairs, ball 1. Massey gets on base at a .350 clip for his on-base percentage. From the windup, watches a fastball down the middle. 1-1 count. Massey stands in a closed-off stance, his back foot blending in with the chalk. 1-1. Swing and a shallow fly ball to center. Chasing in his Pottinger. He slides and grabs it. A couple acrobatic plays give Joliet 2 outs. There's nobody on for the Y'alls here in the top of the first. Ryan Fuentes comes up to the plate, and he was spectacular last night. On defense and on offense, it was a 5-tool game. He made 2 sliding grabs, one of them a leaping catch which saved a couple runs. With the bat, he went 2 for 4. First pitch to the righty. He watches one at the knees, just a little too low. 1-0 count. Fuentes elevated his average to a 295 mark yesterday. The pitch. That one upstairs, 2-0. Of course, in the second half, he has been just about impossible to get out. Batting .396 since the All-Star break. That's 21 for 53. The pitch. Fastball high and away for a strike. 2-1 count. When coming up with 2 away, he's batting at .317. Gets on base 43% of the time. He has 8 extra base hits with 2 out. 2-1, foul tipped off the catcher's mitt. 2-2 count. The downside for Brian, though, he leads the team in strikeouts with 74. Both of his outs yesterday were by way of the K. He bookended his game with strikeouts. His first at-bat and his last one were both Ks. 2-2 from the windup. Swinging a dribbler down the third base side. Nova charges, gloves at his ankles. Running throw to first, not in time. In the last 2 games, it took the Y'alls till the 4th inning to get their first hit. Here they are in the first. It's all about growth. Hank Zeisler comes up to bat from the left side. He's got a runner on first. And yesterday, when he came up with Brian Fuentes waiting off of first base, he poked a double down the left field line and brought him around. That was also with 2 away, but in the 4th inning yesterday. Righty on the hill, lefty at the plate. First pitch, swing and a miss. Got a little too eager on the changeup there. Hank comes in with a .315 batting average. That's 3rd on the team. Just behind Ed Johnson and Zaid Richardson. That's among qualifying players. The pitch. He swings and foul tips to the backstop. No, he missed. Fuentes takes second. Heidel just dropped the ball. So now there's a runner in scoring position with 2 away in the top of the first. No score, but a 2-strike count for Fuentes. Heidel was all over the place yesterday blocking pitches. A very surefire game for the first-year pro, but it has not carried over early on here, just dropping a pitch. 0-2. Infield shifted to the right. Armstrong checks back at second. High leg kick. Swing, and he fends it off to the left side and out of play. 0-2 count for Zeisler. He has struck out 60 times this season. With a 2-strike count, he reaches base about 30% of the time. It's one of the better marks on the team. Only 4 players sit above the 30% mark with 2 strikes. 0-2 again. High and inside, a helmet seeker just misses. Just misses Hank, that is, not the strike zone. That was way out of there. Definitely not as packed as last night, but fans are still flooding in, mingling about the concourse, but there are plenty of empty rows down each baseline. Armstrong checks a 1-2 and misses upstairs. It's Armstrong today. Tomorrow we'll see Zach Westcott, the Frontier League's all-time strikeout and wins leader. Both records he earned this season. Became the win leader under a month ago. Armstrong's 2-2, swing and a miss. It's a 6-pitch battle, but he ends the first inning on a K. Y'alls put 1 man aboard on a Brian Fuentes hit, but leave him stranded in scoring position. We move on to the bottom of the first inning, and Ty Good heads out for his second inning of the week here on the Florence Y'alls Baseball Network.
Beaver Creek Golf Cart is everyone's favorite mascots, Spikes and J.L. Bird, and Darth Vader. Thanks again to our friends at Beaver Creek Golf Cart and the Emperor. Visit them at their location in Joliet on Round Avenue on Main Street in Graywood or in Drew, or visit them online at beavercreekgolfcart.com.
of the first inning coming your way, brought to you by Central Bank, which was founded on the idea that banks can and should be pillars of their communities in good times and in bad. In everything we do and every way we serve, we start with you. No score after the top half of the first. Ty Good pitching for the Alls. The righty set up against Liam MacArthur, Antonio Valdez, and Matthew Workington. First pitch to the lefty, MacArthur. Runs upstairs for ball one. MacArthur was the hero last night by watching. He watched ball four with the bases loaded and extras for the walk-off win. From the windup, sends a high heat fastball in low and away. 1-1 count. Good pitch 2 days ago in the rain out, so none of what happened then counts. Is 1-1. Swung on and roped into right field. Zeisler attacks it on the backhand and holds him to one base. But MacArthur picks up where he left off last night and gets on base.
Sent by Liam MacArthur, brought to you by Grand Appliance. Visit their showroom on Plainfield Road for Joliet's best appliance prices and selection.
Ty Good only allowed one hit in that inning of work against the Crushers on Thursday, and it was a home run. That has been wiped clean, or at least until the league decides whether or not that game will be resumed or restarted or canceled altogether. Antonio Valdez batting from the left side. He came in extras last night. First pitch, called a strike at the knees. Last night, Valdez pinch hit for Jesse De La Cruz and nabbed an infield single. That was a problem for the Alls last night. A lot of well-placed hits to short. The pitch, he swings and rips up the middle, straight at second. Johnson bobbles it off the bag. Picked up at second by Levy, who steps on the base for the out. So they get him there at second. And I think that tipped off of pitcher Ty Good's glove first there too. So it's a fielder's choice to put on Valdez. MacArthur retired on a 1-6-4. Justin Levy, who came in during extras last night for his speed on the base path and for defense, shows why his glove works, or why his glove is trusted. Now it's Matthew Workington at the plate with 15 home runs. He leads Joliet. First pitch to the big righty. Watches a fastball at the knees for strike one. He's 6'6", 250 pounds. Good is 6'2", 190. Infield shifted over to the right. The pitch. Hefty swing and miss. He goes chasing the curveball. It's an 0-2 count. Good settles in, peering over at first. Front foot cocked over to the third base dugout. Peers down. High leg kick, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Workington golfs at that one, and there's two away with a runner on first. No score in the first inning. First strikeout for Good.
Now batting designated hitter number 17, Jonathan Sierra.
Jonathan Sierra comes up batting from the left side, wearing pink batting gloves. First pitch, runner off for second. He swings and pops it foul off to the left side. MacArthur got a good jump on that pitch. He holds the stolen base title for Joliet this season with a 10-for-17 clip. That was a hit and run. But nevertheless, now it's time to keep an eye on him. Yesterday, Sierra went 1 for 5. And that all-important RBI single. That pitch fouled to the backstop. His RBI single brought home the tying runs, but you really can't credit it to Sierra. He got lucky. He chopped the ball high off the turf, and it hopped over the pitcher, Alex Wagner. Zade Richardson, the first baseman, overran it. Dalton Davis, who was at second, was just behind it. So 2 runs came around on an infield knock to tie the game. 0-2. Swinging a chopper out to first. Massey gloves it in fair ground, and he's already on the base. Joliet and Florence trade hits and trade stranded runners. We move on to the second inning. No score here at Slammer Stadium.
And direct your attention down to the field. It's time for musical chairs presented by Equipment Share. Tonight's contestants are Owen, Logan, and Haley. They're going to walk around the chairs while the music plays. When the music stops, they'll have to find a seat, and the last player left Wins the seat upgrade brought to you by Equipment Share. All right, championship round. And we have our winner. Congratulations. Thanks for playing.
No score on a sunny day here in Joliet, Illinois. We get ready for the top of the second. It's time for our umpire intro, brought to you by Republic Bank, one of Newsweek's best banks in America in 2024. Come see why it's just easier here at any of Republic Bank's ATMs in the tri-state area or the 5 locations right along the Ohio River. Adam Morkin behind the plate, Ted Dutcher, the crew chief, at third. Going counterclockwise out to first, it's Archer Flores Pareda. Stephen Rustich leads off from the right side against the fellow righty and Jake Armstrong. First pitch from the windup. The All's left fielder spurs that one over the backstop. Rustich was injured in Sunday's loss to Sussex County. He bolted into the left field wall back at Thomas More Stadium, and he was out until yesterday. Missed 2 games against Lake Erie. 0-1. Downstairs and out. 1-1 count. Last night it took a while for Rustich to get readjusted, but he ended up going 1 for 4 with an RBI single. His first hit came in his third at bat. Changeup misses up top, 2-1 count. That third at bat came in that marathon 6th inning when the Alls scored 4 runs. They brought 9 batters to the plate. Very productive. It gave them their lead, but it eventually dissipated. He swings at the 2-1 and pops it over the backstop. That one, that 20 rows deep. Don't worry, that was an empty seat if you heard the clank. The only fan in the area, a young Cubs fan, with very thick glasses, just pounced on it. Infield back on the outfield grass, a hefty gap up the middle, 2-2, the high leg kick. Swing and a looping fly ball to right field. Davis backtracks towards the line, but he's got time and he grabs it. A good battle there for Rustich, but he's down. Zane Richardson comes up, batting from the right side. The All's most complete hitter so far, as when you look at average. He leads the team with a .317 clip. His OPS is up at .964. From the windup, first pitch, he swings and tails it to the backstop. 0-1 count. Before yesterday's game, after that long 6-hour drive, Zaid took a nap on the field. The 0-1, he cuts it foul off to the left side. He and I were chatting outside the dugout. The team was still getting settled into the locker room. And he said, man, it's a perfect day. I could just go to sleep out here. And he laid down for his stretches and then started snoring. Popped off in the game, though. 0-2, misses upstairs. Yesterday, Zaid ended up with a 2 for 5 line with a couple RBIs and a double. I didn't catch if he took a nap before today's game, but evidently he was well rested. 1-2 from the windup. He swings and taps it down the third base line. That one flips up into the All's bullpen area. Joliet has open pens. The mounds are on the field, separated from the foul line by only a yard. The Y'all's pitchers are on lawn chairs out there. Joliet's bullpen is hidden off. The pitch, swing and a miss. Zade cuts out ahead of the curveball. That's the second K for Armstrong. And here comes Sergio Gutierrez. The all-switch hitting catcher did it well from both sides in last night with a double from the right and another RBI double from the left. He's batting from the first base side. Infield shifted over that way. Outfield stays stationary. First pitch. Hefty swing and miss. He came close to a couple home runs last night. Both of his doubles hit the wall. That left field wall here in Joliet is 348 feet down the line. The left field wall is just 327. The pitch. This is upstairs. Center is pretty much the same as home at 400 feet. Thomas More Stadium, it's 325 down each line and 395 to center. He fires, swing and a pop-up right field. Workington tracks back into the bullpen area and foul ground near the stands. He reaches over, and it's out of play. The Yalls saved by that fence being 1 foot closer than Workington needed it to be. He had to track deep down that right field line too. That really was more Chris Davis's ball, but Workington being 6'6", definitely the reach you want out there. Davis just 5'9". So 9 inches of difference in reach there, and even Workington could not get to it. 1-2 count, bases empty, no score. Top of the second, the pitch. He swings and taps it off to the left side. So Brian Fuentes, who has the Yalls' only hit, is the team strikeout leader with 74. Sergio is third, not too far behind at 67. He went down with 1 strikeout last night. The pitch, and there he goes. Chases the curveball low and away, his first strikeout today. That's back-to-back Ks for Jake Armstrong, who was allowed just 1 hit through 2 innings. No score as we move on to the bottom of the second. Joliet has 5, 6, 7 due up against Ty Good. When we come back on the Florence Yalls Baseball Network.
Hot wings, cold beer, good time. Sooners, where wings always win. And now in honor of Star Wars night, we have the port launch. Standing in front of the Slammers dugout, we have Angelo holding the giant net. When I say go, our Slammers team will begin launching the ports at him. He has to catch as many of them as he can in the net. Ready, and away we go. Oh, just off the edge. Number 2 is getting ready to launch. It's up. He is tracking. Nicely done, 1 for 2. The third and final four hit is on its way. So close. That's all right. You know what we say, 1 out of 3 gets you in the Hall of Fame. Heading out the Joliet second, third baseman, number 8, Victor Nova.
Bottom of the second inning coming your way. Ty Good still on the bump. The righty dealing to the 5, 6, 7 part of the Joliet order. No score. Victor Nova leads off from the left side in a low open stance. First pitch from the windup. Check swing. Called a strike. Good allowed just 1 hit in the last frame. It was a sharp one out to right field from the leadoff man, Liam MacArthur, who watched that walk-off walk last night. 0-1. Called a strike, low and away. Yesterday, Nova earned a hit his first time up, but was hitless the rest of the day, a 1 for 3 line. 0-2. He lunges and pops that one up into shallow left field, backtracking his Fuentes at third, and he gloves it just inside the foul line. 3 pitches, and there's your out.
Adam Pottinger.
Adam Pottinger comes up. The center fielder digs in on the left side. He comes in with a .385 batting average, but that's only across 4 games with Joliet. His first week with the Slammers. First pitch sails up top for ball 1. Pottinger, a late ad for this team. He watches one low and away for a strike. Settles in, bright white batting gloves, the pitch. Tallies that one to the backstop. Pottinger started this year at Indiana State. He's waiting out those draft waters after a season in which he batted .296 with 43 RBIs and 10 dingers. Joliet signed him this week. 2-2. He swings and pops that one to straightaway left. Barely moving as Stephen Hrustich comes in one step and makes the grab.
Now batting right fielder number 2, Chris Davis.
2 away here in the bottom of the second of a 0-0 game. Chris Davis batting from the left side. Joliet's right fielder went 0 for 3 last night with a couple strikeouts. But he scored on that crucial 2-run infield hit in the 7th. First pitch misses upstairs, 1-0. Davis has shown off his glove this series. He's made sliding catches in right, trailing over towards the foul line as he watches one up top for ball 2. But so far with his bat, not a peep. He's batting .269 on the season. So very productive, just not last night. He watches a fastball low and away for strike 1. 2-1 count. Infield shifted lightly to the right. Ty Good settles in, third base side of the rubber. The pitch swung on and roped into right. Zeisler moves over and grabs it on the run. 1, 2, 3 go the Slammers. The Y'alls got a hit and stranded a runner in the first, then went 1, 2, 3. Joliet gets a hit in the first and strands a runner, then goes 1, 2, 3. Moving on to the third inning in a mirror game.
Ready, it's time for the dice roll presented by Harris. Tonight's contestant is Brienne. Brienne is down there behind home plate in the pit. It's going to start raining dice down in a minute here. There's going to be a lot of white dice and 2 purple dice. Once they are all down there behind the pit, we're going to roll those purple dice, see if it comes up a lucky 7. And if it is, then Brienne is our big winner tonight. I think we're about ready to start releasing the dice, and away they go. All right, let's get those dice down there. Brienne, no using your Jedi powers to include speed over the dice when it comes down there for the purple ones. All right, keep getting them, work those dice all the way down. I see the purple dice are starting to make their way. Waiting for the judges' ruling. We have a winner. Congratulations. Thanks for playing.
It's been a mirror image through 2 innings. Y'alls earned a hit in the first, stranded the runner, then went 1, 2, 3 in the second. Joliet did the exact same thing. It's 0-0 entering the top of the third. This inning brought to you by the Roar Agency, located in all 50 states across the nation. Feel the Roar difference with Roar Insurance and visit us today at roarins.com. Jake Armstrong on the bump for his 3rd inning of work for Joliet. The right-hander is seeing the bottom of the order, 8-9-1. Justin Levy, Ed Johnson, and Blazo Sabin. Levy, not his first action in the series, but his first AB. Digging in on the right side. He pinch ran last night and played the field. First pitch, a fastball at the knees. 0-1 count. In the 10th inning, you start with a runner on second. Levy pinch ran for Zane Richardson, and he scored. Batting from the right side, 300 average for him. That pitch misses up top, 1-1 count. He's 15 for 50 on his short season with the Y'alls. He joined in late July from the Lake Country Dockhounds in a trade. From the windup, the 1-1 misses way outside. He was the player to be named later when the Alls sent power bat Ray Zuberer away during the offseason. They waited until the middle of the season after the All-Star break to add number 5 here. 2-1, high leg kick swung on and belted deep to left field. MacArthur tracks over his shoulder, looking at the fence. That one hops a wall. Levy motors around first and cruises into second. Relay to the infield, and the Alls have their second hit of the game, a double for Justin Levy.
Now batting shortstop number 1, Ed Johnson.
Found the breaking pitch upstairs. Turned at the hip and rocked one into the gap. Here comes Ed Johnson. We're not unfamiliar with him in the 9 spot, but he's been the leadoff man or 2-hitter for most of this last month. When Blaze O'Sabin was out for that 10-game homestand, Johnson was the fill-in at the top of the order. Now he's been moved back to the bottom. He's batting .316, the second highest batting average on the team. Corners are in. First pitch, he squares to bunt, but misses. Johnson has laid down 2 successful sacrifice bunts this season. Makes sense in a 0-0 game early on that you try to get the first run 90 feet from home with just 1 out for the top of the order. With runners in scoring position, though, Ed Johnson has been one to swing the bat with a .343 average and 34 RBIs. Armstrong checks second and turns home, squares to bunt again, laid down the third base side, a slow roller, barehanded, throw on to first is offline. The sacrifice bunt works to perfection and then a little better as Johnson is safe at first and there's runners on the corners for the top of the order and Blaze O'Sabin. Still nobody out here in the top of the third. This Joliet crowd is starting to fill in a little bit. Most of the innermost rows are full, but we're still seeing some empty sections in the higher levels. Yesterday it was packed. Pirate and Princess night got a little more attraction than Star Wars night today. First pitch to the righty O'Sabin. He sits back and watches a fastball at the shoulders, called a strike. That one looked upstairs, but home plate umpire Adam Morgan says it was down. 0-1. O'Sabin popped out to first to lead off the game after going 1 for 6 last night in his return from injury. Pickoff throw to first. Johnson dives back in. O'Sabin was sidelined with a thumb injury after getting hit with a pitch in that first series back from the All-Star break on the road at Lake Erie. Now the Alls trail Lake Erie 6 games back for that last playoff spot. Runner off for second. The pitch. Throw down to second. Johnson slides in, and he's safe. That pitch was called a strike to O'Sabin. The Alls have runners on second and third now with nobody out. When coming up with runners on second or third, Blaze is batting .250. He comes in with 7 RBIs. No sacrifice flies this season, though. The 0-2. That one up at the helmet. 1-2 count. Yesterday, after we got off the bus, I asked Blaze how he was feeling, and he said he's never felt better. The thumb feels fine, and he's ready to go. Here he comes with an opportunity to give his side the lead. The pitch. Upstairs, 2-2. Of course, if he loads the bases with a walk, that works out pretty much just as fine. Blaze has 1 home run this season. It was a solo shot back before the All-Star break. That last game against Washington before players went off for that week. 2-2, fastball down the middle for strike 3. 2024 NAIA Player of the Year sat down with a backwards K. 1 away, still with 2 men in scoring position for Craig Massey. Now you get the favorable lefty-righty matchup. Massey digging in on that first base side. He's roped off just 1 sac fly this year. Massey also comes in with 25 RBIs. When there are runners in scoring position, he's been pretty good, batting .333. First pitch. Sails high and inside for ball 1. Massey got his rest day yesterday, acting solely as the offensive coordinator for the O's. I believe his exact title is hitting coordinator, but football season is coming up, so thought I'd work in the terminology. 1-0. Another one up top. 2-0 count. We've got bright sunny skies with thin wisps of gray clouds overhead. And a busy sight line beyond the field. The high school, the fire department, and busy streets. The pitch. Another one up top. 3-0 count for Massey. He's walked 29 times this season. That puts him at third on the Y'alls in bases on balls. Settles in that closed off stance. Infield shifted to the right. The 3-0. Fastball in there. Last time up, he flied out to straightaway center field. In his last game, he went 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. That was in the comeback win over Lake Erie. The Y'alls trailed 6-0 in that game and came all the way back. Armstrong steps off the rubber and resettles. In his last outing, Armstrong went just 4 2/3, couldn't make it out of the 5th. The Y'alls are giving him trouble here in the 3rd. He's pitched against Florence once this season and was fantastic. The pitch, inside low, ball 4. Bases are loaded with one away for Brian Fuentes. Yesterday, Fuentes was the headliner with a 2 for 4 line. Now Joliet takes a pause here. Pitching coach Tyler Martin takes the long trot out to the mound to chat with Armstrong. Still, the Joliet bullpen is hidden away down their little alley next to their bullpen. No action out on the bump there. The visiting team is forced up against the stands, so all the pitchers have to sit out there on folding chairs unless they want to hang out in the dugout. But back on June 21st, when Jake Armstrong last faced the Y'alls in a 5-0 Joliet win, the two teams' first meeting of the season, he went 6 2/3 of shutout baseball, allowing just 4 hits and striking out 7. Already, he's allowed 3 hits in under 3 innings. Now he comes up against Brian Fuentes, who has been the most fearsome bat in the lineup in the second half, batting nearly 400, 21 for 54. That's a .389 mark. Bases loaded, 1 away, no score, top of the 3rd. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch, a curveball that winds up low. Correction, Fuentes is actually batting .407 in the second half. That hit earlier today elevated him. 1-0 from the stretch. He swings and pops it up first base side and out of play. 1-1 count for Fuentes. He made the All-Star team as a reserve. So his first half was pretty good, but his second half has been one to marvel at. The pitch, he swings and pops another one up, out of play off to the right. 1-2 count. Brian was at the center of the attention in Game 2 against Sussex County. That one trailed off into extra innings, a late night affair. And down to the final strike, down a run, he ripped off a walk-off double to bring home 2. The Y'alls won that game and doused him in the Gatorade bath afterwards. 1-2 count. Armstrong takes a heavy breath. High leg kick. Swinging a deep shot out to left field. Tracking back is MacArthur at the fence. He looks up. He reaches. And it's gone! The Y'alls have their 6th grand slam of the season and take a 4-0 lead here in the third. Brian Fuentes knocks out his 8th home run of the year. And the Yalls rely on their best bat of the second half. He's batting over 400 since the All-Star break. And now he has a grand slam to his ledger. Here comes Hank Zeisler. Heck of a cleanup bank there for Fuentes. First pitch to the lefty. He watches a fastball low and away for a strike. The deafening silence of the crowd after that shot here in Joliet has the Yalls up by a quartet. That one winds up inside and low for strike 2. Fuentes joins the likes of TJ Reeves, Sergio Gutierrez, Justin Levy, and Zane Richardson as members of the Yalls with a grand slam. Richardson has 2 of them. The Frontier League record for grandies in a season is 3. The pitch to Zeisler runs high and outside. 1-2 count. Hank swivels back in with that big cushion of 4 runs. From the windup, he swings and rips one out to deep right field. Davis in pursuit. He lays out and misses it. It rolls to the wall. Zeisler round second. He's chugging for third. Relay to the infield. Hank off to the races. Back to third. He slides. And it's a triple. The Yalls have broken this one open. A grand slam followed up by Hank Zeisler's team-leading 6th 3-bagger of the season.
Number 25, Stephen Rustic.
There is still only one out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Stephen Rustich comes up to the plate. He's the only member of the Yalls this season with a multi-home run game. One of the many superlatives in the heart of this order. Righty-righty matchup. From the windup, first pitch. The fastball misses low. So you've got Brian Fuentes, who is on a second half tear with a walk-off double and now a grand slam. Hank Zeisler, who leads the Yalls in extra base hits, and Stephen Rustich. He swings and rips that one off his front foot. He keeps picking up that left leg and checking out underneath his shin guard because that ball got him on the back. He had a scare like that last night as well, where he fouled 2 pitches in a row off of his front leg. He has made no indication of wanting help from Yalls trainer Alan Goodwin, rather Alan Chase. And he settles back in. Runner on third, 1 away, a 4-0 Yalls lead in the top of the 3rd. From the windup, here you go. Swing and a high fly ball to left field. MacArthur waits back in left center. Midway through the outfield, he charges in on it and makes a grab. Zeisler tags from third. Long rocket home is way offline. Hank scores, and it's 5-0 Yalls on the Rustich sac fly.
Now batting designated hitter number 9, Zane Richardson.
Two away and a 5-0 Yalls lead for the team's batting average leader on the season in Zade Richardson. He struck out swinging last time up after a 5-pitch battle. Infield shifts to the left. First pitch. He swings and tags that one up the middle. Attacking at second is Valdez. Backhanded throw to first. And it's picked for the out. Yalls add a quintet. They lead 5-0 thanks to the Fuentes grand slam and the Rustich sac fly after Hank Zeisler's triple. It's a good cushion for Ty Good as he heads out for his 3rd inning of work against the bottom of the Joliet order here on the Florence Yalls Baseball Network.
All right, fans, direct your attention to the tops of the dugouts. The Galaxy's mightiest warriors have gathered for an epic showdown. Get ready for the lightsaber battle. On the first base, we have Kendall and Galen. On third base, Nolan and Cooper. And away they go.
They say the best defense is a good offense, and they all showed that off in the top half of the third with a Brian Fuentes grand slam and a Hank Seitzler triple, leading to a sacrifice fly from Stephen Frustich. 5-0 Yoles the score as we enter the bottom of the third inning. Ty Good was allowed one hit, is pitching for the 8-9-1 order of the Joliet batting lineup. Andrew Fernandez leads off from the left side. Good into the windup, his first pitch. The right-hander deals one, high and away for a strike. He settles in again against Fernandez. Into the windup. Swing and a pop-up third base side and out of play. You can hear the train lines running behind us here at Slammers Stadium. Packed into the city. 0-2, swung on and belted deep down the right field line, but thankfully far foul if you're a Yoles fan. That went into the schoolyard of Joliet Township High School. That's what waits beyond the right field wall. Towards left is the fire station. 0-2, hefty swing and another pop-up out of play behind the plate. That one lands in a seat. Not in someone's lap, it got stuck between the back of the chair and the bottom of the folding apparatus. Shifted over to the right. Good settles in again. Another 0-2, and he bounces in. He spiked that one. And I heard while working one of the Yoles amateur tournaments from a coach who said that, especially on turf fields, you have the capability to bounce a pitch into the strike zone. Shouldn't that be a strike? Good deals a 1-2. Misses low. He thought of it like cricket, where they bowl the ball off the ground and try to hit the wickets. And that is a hittable pitch. But it does not count as a strike. 2-2, check swing, that one off his foot, deferred over to the third base umpire. And he says he didn't go. Looks like the pitch just missed his back foot. It took a hop like it went off of his toes. What was an 0-2 count has been moved to full by Fernandez. Good on the third base side, wheels. Fastball low and away, called strike 3. His second K of the afternoon.
Now batting pitcher number 23, Brandon Hidell.
Now it's down to the bottom of the order with Brandon Hidell. Struggled defensively in the first with his first pass ball of the series. Now it's the first time today we're seeing him take up the bat. Into the windup. He swings and rips one high down the third base line, but the wind carries it back. Fuentes is underneath it in foul ground, and he grabs it 2 away. Admittedly, these sight lines here at Joliet are not the easiest. In the press box, they're very tall windows, but they only open up about a foot. So unless you're crouching down, most of the time you're watching the game, you have this green window bar right in front of your eyes, blocking most of the field of play. So you really have to judge the fielder's reactions to these pop-ups. First pitch to Liam MacArthur is a fastball in there for a strike. At Thomas More Stadium, it's an open press box. There's no window. You are just out in the open, essentially. The 0-1, he fends it off to the left side. I mean, true, yes, there is a window, but there's no glass in front of you. There's no window pane. Once you set foot inside the press bucket, you're looking straight outside unless you reel down the metal barn door. 0-2, 2 away, base is empty. From the windup, he sends another one foul, out of play. Here, the windows run about, I'd say, 15 feet high from where they start at the base of the press box. That one bounces, 1 and 2. And they are incredibly heavy. it is a full workout, especially in the 90-degree heat, to force these windows open. You have these wooden planks that you lay underneath the sill to keep them open. 1-2 at the Sox. 2-2 count. And I have to give a lot of credit to the Joliet broadcast, production, and media crew because they have been very helpful. Some of them have even lent a hand in opening these windows. 2-2, chopped out to second. Levy charges, gloves at the ankles, underhands to first, and the scoop play gets him. It's back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for Ty Good, and he's retired his last 9. We move on to the top of the fourth. Y'all's up 5-0, and that big bad offense that scored that grand slam in a triple last inning is coming right back up.
They're going to run around the outside of the infield turf there and head over to the left field line to our interns at the finish line, and we'll see who tonight's big winner is. And away they go. Oh, it's a close race. Jockeying for position as they round second. Heading for the finish line, it's a close one tonight. And by a nose, we have our winner. Congratulations, thanks for playing. Once again, congratulations to our winner and to our other contestants. Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
5-0 Y'alls as we take into the top of the fourth inning. This segment brought to you by Once Upon a Child, which provides a sustainable and convenient way to buy and sell gently used kids' clothing, shoes, and toys. Visit the Florence location at 7941 Mall Road today. 5-0 Y'alls entering the top of the fourth inning. Sergio Gutierrez leading off from the left side against the righty, Jake Armstrong. First pitch from the windup on the way. This is upstairs, 1-0. It was scoreless and back-to-back one-hitters through the second inning, but Armstrong felt the wrath of Brian Fuentes' grand slam last frame. That one sent to the backstop, foul. The Y'alls loaded the bases as they've done many times this season, and Brian Fuentes just made it over the 348-foot left field wall. The 1-1. Changeup misses upstairs and outside, 2-1 count. The fence at Thomas More Stadium is about 25 feet closer, so back at home that would have been a long goner. Gutierrez ropes that one into shallow right field for a base knock. Sixth hit of the game for the Y'alls, first one for the catcher. The leadoff man is aboard for the second inning in a row.
Now batting second baseman number 5, Justin Levy.
That brings up the second baseman, Justin Levy, who rocked that double last time. He didn't start last night. He came in for his speed and defensive capabilities and extras. But today he gets tapped. And so far he's produced. First pitch to the righty. He leans into that one and sends it to deep right center field. Davis in pursuit at the track, and he catches it on the turn. Gutierrez retreats to first on his horse.
Now batting shortstop
Davis
number 1,
tracked that
Edgar
one
Johnson.
down. He was already playing Levy a little bit further towards left field. So the benefit of the shift. Here comes Ed Johnson serving in that secondary leadoff role. A lot of teams are doing this now, putting one of your best hitters in the 9 spot to set up the top of the order and give some fear at both ends. Double play depth, first pitch to the right-handed shortstop. A fastball for a strike, blown away. Now the fourth inning is when we get our Raging Cajun Cook quiz. So let's hear it. We haven't seen any Y'all try and swipe a base today, but this one is about the catchers who try to get them. 0-1. There he goes for second. Throw to the base, and Sergio's in. How's that for timing? Sergio Gutierrez with his delayed steal runs in for his 8th swipe of the season, and he's 8 for 8. The catcher gets it done. It's a 1-1 count for Ed. So our question is, since 2020, which catcher has caught the highest percentage of base runners trying to swipe on him? One away, runner on second for Johnson from the stretch. He swings and lifts it foul off to the first base side and long in play.
Hello there.
You can submit your guesses on Twitter by going to @JesseCookTV or @Florence_Yalls. We should be reposting the question. So we'll see. The pitch. He lunges that one down the right field line, hooking towards the chalk and out of play. Ed stays alive. He reached on a bunt single last time up. He came up with Levy on second base and bunted him over to third. Made it over successfully himself. That set the stage for Craig Massey being walked to load the bases for Fuentes, who then rocked it over the wall. And correction, Ed Johnson did steal last inning. He leads the team in swipes at 20. 1-2 from the stretch in the dirt. Of course, Blazo Saban would probably still be in the lead if he had not been sidelined with that thumb injury for the last 10 games. For the last week and a half, really. He's at 18 on 18 tries. 2-2, popped up first base side, foul ground. Workington next to his dugout, reaches over and watches another one fly into the stands. Ed keeps himself alive. Gutierrez on second. He singled to right to lead off the inning and swiped the base. Big gap between the second baseman Valdez and Workington at first. Shifted over to the left. One away. High leg kick. Swing and a pop-up behind first base. Workington has plenty of time inside the foul line, and he makes a grab on the early outfield grass. 2 away with a runner in scoring position for the top of the order. Blazo Saban.
Number 6, Blazo Saban.
Blaze joined the Yalls at Georgia Gwinnett University, where he was 2024 NAIA Player of the Year. And pretty much immediately started producing for the Yalls. Reached base in his first 3 games. Armstrong's high leg kick. This is upstairs. I'm excited to see what happens on the trip back to Florence after tomorrow's game. Because on the trip here, everyone was tired. It was early in the morning, a 6-hour bus ride. Pitch, he swings and corks that one down the left field side and foul. So there are a lot of bleary eyes and heavy pillows. But tomorrow it's a matinee. So the bus will probably get back around 10 or 11 p.m., which means that dinner time is the perfect time for these guys to have some fun on the bus ride. The pitch, O'Saban swings and pops that one up to right. Davis tracks over to his left. He's got room, and he one-hands it. So we'll talk more about those potential bus ride shenanigans after a break. We'll also get the answer to that Cook quiz, most successful catcher defensively over the last few years. Stay tuned. Y'all's lead 5-0 here on Florence Yalls Baseball Network.
Tonight's contestant is Kyle. Kyle, name that tune. All-star. You are correct. Congratulations. Thanks for playing. Visit Whiskey River Bar and Grill located inside the Clarion Hotel at 411 South Market. Enjoy sipping crafted cocktails while dining on delicious American fare. Bring your Slammer ticket for 15% off your next meal. Seating available for large groups. Come see us soon. Visit www.whiskeyriverjoliet.com.
Cajun Cook Quiz. Raging Cajun is partnering with the Y'alls to bring their all-purpose seasoning to the Cincinnati area. Real Louisiana flavor without the heat. This is the seasoning for all y'all to eat. And plenty of eating on offense for Florence. The Y'alls lead thanks to a Brian Fuentes grand slam in the third, the team's 6th Grandy of the year. Hank Zeisler followed up with a triple, and he scored on a sac fly from Stephen Hrustich. Defensively, Ty Good has been fantastic. He's retired his last 9 batters, only allowing 1 hit through 3 innings. The righty deals to the lefty Antonio Valdez. First pitch misses upstairs. So again, that Cook Quiz has to do with defensive prowess behind the plate. Who has been the most successful Major League catcher when trying to catch runners stealing since 2020. That pitch misses up top. A 2-0 count to Valdez. He grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. So best defensive catchers around. 2-0. Fastball at the belt. My mind of late goes to guys like Connor Wong with the Red Sox, and of course the Phillies' JT Realmuto. That pitch swung on and popped up down the third base side and foul ground and out of play. 2-2 count. Having played catcher for 10 years through to the end of high school, one of my favorite players growing up was Salvador Perez, and he's been at the top of his game for as long as I can remember. He's an all-star this year, shows it off with the bat and the glove. 2-2 from the windup. Swung on and popped up, third base side, foul ground. Fuentes near his own dugout, reaches over the railing, and it drops out of his glove. He made 2 spectacular plays yesterday, sliding into foul ground to catch one to end an inning, and leaping parallel to the ground to snag a line drive, holding 2 runs from scoring. This one was another chance for a spectacle, but wasn't meant to be. 2-2 count. Empty, nobody out in the bottom of the 4th, 5-0 Y'alls. The pitch. Swung on and popped up, first base side. Early outfield, called off by the second baseman Levy near the foul line, and he grabs it next to his head. 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th for Matthew Workington. We'll get the answer to that Cook Quiz when there are 2 away. Workington comes up on the right side. And ever since that home run to lead off his series yesterday, he has been hitless. First one on the way. Swipes and misses. 0-1 count. Workington entered this game with a .287 batting average, 4 points lower than what he started with yesterday at .291. The pitch. Fastball misses low and inside a 1-1 count. After he launched that dinger in the first inning, he went 0 for 4. One of those plays was Brian Fuentes and his diving grab at third, but still no hits after that, and he's 0 for 1 today. That pitch bounces. 2-1 to Workington. Crowd filling in here in Joliet. Into the windup, good rears back, swing and a miss. 2-2 count. Workington crowds the plate, keeps his white batting gloves at the very bottom of the neck of his bat. 2-2, high leg kick. Swinging a dribbler out to third, gloved by Fuentes on the ground. Sidearm to first, and that's 2 away.
Now batting designated hitter number 17, Jonathan Sierra.
That means it's time for the answer to our Cook Quiz. We have one guess online from the Joliet Clubby. He says Gabriel Moreno. Jonathan Sierra at the plate on the left side. Gabriel Moreno's a good guess. First pitch, misses low for a ball. And it's a good guess because it's the correct guess. He's caught 41% of his runners since 2020. That's better than anyone else in baseball. 1-0. Check swing, and he went around according to third base umpire and crew chief Ted Dutcher. 1-1 count. So John, glad you're listening from wherever you are in the ballpark. You work for Joliet, so I'd imagine you're here. That pitch fouled off, and Gutierrez immediately keels over. He plants his face in the dirt. After that pitch hits him, it looked like he might have gotten touched by the bat. He has been one to get hit in awkward spots this season, routinely missing the padding, I'd say once a week. And he's really in some pain, now chatting on his knees with the All's trainer, Alan Chase. Now it's unclear if that was a foul ball that hit him in an unprotected spot, or if that was a bat. He's standing tall back again. Now he's ready to go. I'd say the crescendo there and the Star Wars music was just about perfect for Sergio to get zoned in. John Williams knows how to make a moment. That was perfect. 1-2 count now. Good with a chance to retire his 12th in a row and end the inning. From the windup, fastball blown away for a ball. Sergio started off the fourth inning with a single, and he stole second. He's 8 for 8 on stolen base attempts, although that doesn't count how many times he's been picked off with that hesitation steal. 2-2, misses upstairs, full count. But he stays in the game. His second day in a row behind the plate. Normally he catches for the first 2 games of a series and lets Zade Richardson hop behind the dish for the next one. Good, has struck out 2 batters. He hasn't walked anyone. The 3-2, swings and belts it to left center field, but it hangs up there in the wind. Krustich is under it, and he catches it. 12 in a row retired by Ty Good. If it weren't for Liam MacArthur's leadoff single in the first inning, Ty Good would be pitching a perfect game. We move on to the 5th inning here on the Florence Y'alls Baseball Network. 5-0 Y'alls.
Reaches the Death Star first is tonight's big winner. They take chosen and away we go. It's a tight race. Red leader standing by is off for the lead. Oh, and the yellow excellent fighter is our winner tonight. Thanks for playing.
Relationships, it's not so great, 'cause you don't feel, don't try too high.
Leading off the Florence fifth, first baseman number 23, Craig Massey.
Let it flow, let it flow.
It's a clean 5-0 lead for the Y'alls as we move on into the top of the 5th inning. Craig Massey leading off from the left side. The 2-hitter still going against the starter and Jake Armstrong. The right-hander has allowed 6 hits with those 5 runs. He winds into it. First one on the way to the player coach. Misses upstairs. Infield is shifted over to the right for Massey. The shortstop, Andrew Fernandez, is just to the left of second base, and there's a big gap between him and the third baseman, Andrew Nova. That pitch falls in for a strike. Correction, Victor Nova at third. 1-1 count for Massey. He walked last time up to load the bases for that best grand slam. 1-1. He swings and slaps it into the left center field gap. Left is MacArthur, who lays out and grabs it. Ball hung up there a little too long. The wind is blowing directly towards home plate. So MacArthur had an extra second or two, but still a spectacular grab out there. Now here comes Brian Fuentes. He beat the wind out to left field for that grand slam. It snuck over the 350-foot fence. First pitch to the righty, falls low for a ball. He digs in at the very back of the righty box. The pitch. This is upstairs, 2-0 count. Now in the second half, Brian is batting .418. That one thrown upstairs, a 3-0 count. He entered this game batting .396 after the All-Star break, but he's 2 for 2 with a single and a home run, that grand slam. 3-0 from the windup, a fastball down the middle. Some players on the Alls have been given that green light to swing away on 3-0, but I guess Fuentes, who is one of them, just did not like that pitch. Hitter's count, high leg kick. He swings and tails it, another one to deep left field, but this one hangs up for MacArthur in front of the warning track. That had a lot of juice. In a Thomas More Stadium, that's probably out of there. But the fence is 25 feet further back here at Slammers Stadium. After your eyes have been trained for the dimensions of Thomas More Stadium all year, different to gauge how they go out here. The sirens off in the distance. Hank Zeisler comes on the left side. First pitch. Runs in for a strike. 0-1 count. One winds in low. But called a strike at the knees. 0-2 count. Now into the windup again to end the inning. This is upstairs. 5-0 Y'alls. Top the fifth inning. 2 away for the cleanup man and Hank Zeisler. He tripled his last time up. Just tagged it into the right center field gap. Now he settles in again in the lefty box. Armstrong glove at his eyes. High leg kick. This is high and outside. 2-2 count. Another shout out to John, the Joliet clubby. Says he's washing towels in the clubhouse. I do have to question why he's listening to the Y'alls broadcast instead of the home one, but we'll take the viewership. 2-2. Checks a swing and tips it to the backstop. Not that I don't have the highest amount of respect for myself and my broadcasting capability, but the Joliet broadcasters are very nice people and pretty good at their jobs. 2-2. Swing and a tapper out to second. Valdez has it, throw to first. Y'alls go down 1-2-3 in the fifth inning. That is 5 straight retired by Jake Armstrong, but it's still a 5-0 Florence lead as we move on to the bottom of the fifth inning. And a new pitcher coming on for Florence. Carter Pori will be our Leeds famous recipe chicken pitching change after a quick break.
Washington Township Seniors. Plainfield Junior Cats. FedEx. Touchdown pack 39. At 91 Plainfield. Girl Scout Troop 75722. Touchdown pack 101. Girl Scout Troop 75936. Girl Scout Troop 75722. Girl Scout Troop 75749. Pack 90 Border Lance. Girl Scout Troop 75997. Girl Scout Troop 75959. Pack 61. Girl Scout Troop 75824. Cub Scout Troop 887. Cub Scout Pack 64. Cub Scout Pack 39. Cub Scout Pack 90. Pack 30. Troop and Pack 15. Cub Scout Pack 16. Cub Scout Pack 444. Pack 464. Troop 454. Pack 156. Pack 226. Penciling Services. David Fetcher.
5-0 Y'alls as we take you into the bottom of the 5th inning with a Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken pitching change. Carter Pori replacing Ty Good after 4 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball. With a new wing coming into the game, you can pick up the best wings in the tri-state area at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Lee's is always fresh and never frozen. Pori comes in with a 480 earned run average, 12 strikeouts across 15 innings. This is his 8th appearance. He's been sort of in that flex starter role as they're trying to turn him into a starting pitcher, but here he is in relief. The righty dealing with the 5-hitter Victor Nova, a lefty. Pitching from the stretch, first one sidearms high and inside. Nova jumps out of the box and falls over. 1-0 count. In his only time up, Nova popped out to third after Good took him to a 2-strike count. Ty Good retired the last 12 batters who came his way. 1-0. Misses high and outside. He threw 1 inning 2 days ago to open up the rainout against Lake Erie. We talked with pitching coach Carl Craigie before the game in our NKY conversation with coach. 2-0. Backdoor slider misses. 3-0. And he said that it probably wouldn't be a full outing for Ty. This game would probably be more of a bullpen day, but he was on a roll. I don't really understand taking him out, but he's gone. 3-0. Pori's first batter is a 4-pitch walk.
That walk brought to you by Julie Single 811 Triple Service. Now batting center fielder number 18.
Comes Adam Pottinger. Last time up, he popped out to left field. Ty wasn't really high in his pitch count as Pori stares over at first and deals to the lefty. Misses outside again. That's 5 straight out of the gate, out of the zone. Good had only tossed 54 pitches across his 4 innings. When you add in Thursday, that's 69 total across this week. The 1-0 swung and corked down the first base line and fair. That hugs into right field for a knock. Nova moves over to second and Pottinger is aboard with his first hit of the game.
Brought to you by Grand Appliance. This is their showroom on Plainfield Road. Now batting right fielder number 2, Chris Davis.
Chris Davis comes up to the plate. He flied out to right last time up. So far, Carter Pori has sent 6 pitches home. 5 have been balls. The last one a strike, but for a hit. Another lefty, sidearm dealing. That's in the dirt. Y'alls lead 5-0 with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. Runners on first and second. Ryan Fuentes creeping in on the grass at third. The rest of the infield closed off to the right side. Slider misses upstairs. 2-0 count. Pori shakes his head and resettles. Takes a moment behind the rubber. His second season with the Y'alls after going 4-2 last year. He's 1-2 this season. Backdoor slider falls in for a strike. 2-1 count. Last time he pitched, Pori came through in the starter's role in Sunday's 3-2 loss to Sussex County. Went 4 innings, allowed 2 runs on 5 hits. That pitch swung on and hit into shallow left field. That falls. Frustich gloves on the hop, throws over to third, and he's safe. Nova hung up there waiting to see if the ball was caught. Frustich almost caught him going for third, but the bases are loaded with nobody out for Andrew Fernandez.
Now batting shortstop number 20, Andrew Fernandez.
Not the greatest situation if you're Pori here. You come in after Ty Good retires 12 batters in a row. And now the tying run is on deck. Lefty at the plate. First pitch in the dirt. The Y'alls have already hit one grand slam in this game. Andrew Fernandez has not hit a home run this season. The pitch. Hefty swing and miss. 1-1 count. Fernandez is in his first season of professional baseball. Played 2 college seasons at Tennessee Martin. He was all Ohio Valley Conference first team. One of the best players in a D1 conference. 1-1, high leg kick. Swing and a miss. Can't catch up to the fastball there. That had some deceptive stuff on it. Might have been a cut fastball the way it moved. Fernandez saddles up again, crowding the plate from the left side. Hands choked up about an inch on the bat. Nobody out, bases loaded. 5-run Y'alls lead. 1-2 from the stretch. Swing and a tapper, foul. Florence got into a couple situations just like this last night. Yannick Villalobos was the starter, and in the 5th inning, he had runners on second and third after a weak infield hit and an error at second. And he got out of it with nobody out, thanks to that diving catch from Brian Fuentes that we keep coming back to. Later on, Alex Wagner was in the game with the bases loaded. That pitch, fastball misses high and away. And that's when disaster struck for the Y'alls in the 7th inning. Bases loaded and nobody, and 1 out. And a choppy single made it through in the infield to bring home 2 runs after it missed all 3 fielders in the area. 2-2 again. Backdoor slider misses high and outside. Full count. Of course, there is also the 10th inning last night when the bases were loaded with 2 out. The Y'alls had Joliet down to their final out. A 2-run single tied the game, and a bases loaded walk won it. Full count pitch misses outside. Nova scores from third, and it's 5-1 Y'alls. Here comes pitching coach Carl Craigie. Carter Pori has faced 4 batters. He's walked 2 of them and let the other 2 up on hits. He's also doing this at the bottom of the order. This is 5, 6, 7, and 8 getting on base. Brandon Heidel comes up to the plate. Craigie parts from the mound and returns to the dugout. We chatted with him about much happier scenarios, like players getting drafted or picked up. Cam Farrer was signed by the Giants yesterday while the Y'alls were on the bus on the way to Joliet. 3rd pitcher that the Y'alls have sent off to affiliated ball. We'll talk more about them on our Perfection Pest Control roster flow later on in this game. But 3 pitchers all under his tutelage. First pitch to the righty, Heidel. A fastball for a strike. 0-1 count. At third is Adam Pottinger, on second Chris Davis, and on first Andrew Fernandez. Pottinger and Davis singled their way aboard. Fernandez walked. High leg kick, the 0-1. Runs high and outside, 1-1 count. Waiting on deck is Liam MacArthur. He had that walk-off walk to win it last night. The Y'alls are very close to putting the go-ahead run at the plate. 1-1. Fastball in the inner half for a strike. Florence has already hit 1 grand slam in this game. Brian Fuentes in the 3rd inning rocketed one out to left field. It's a deep 350 feet out there, and he just got it over into the snack bar area. 1-2. Pori leans in, dangles the ball at his right thigh. Now he comes set, all black glove at the belt. Here he goes, the 1-2, high and outside. 2-2 count. This game had been zipping by. Started at 6:05. It's 7:27, all of this Central Time. Just an hour 22 to get to the 5th inning. 2-2. Pori, a heavy breath. Here he goes. Fastball low and outside, another full count. There is nobody out. The bases are loaded, and the tying run is at the plate. Y'all's up 5-1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. The middle infielders are at double play depth. Johnson waiting on the early outfield grass, joined by Justin Levy at second. Corners in. From the stretch, swinging a dribbler out to second. Levy gloves at the ankles, throws to second for one. Picked by Johnson, and they got him, but a run comes home, and second base is the only out they get. So 5-2 Y'alls with runners on the corners and still just one away to the top of the Joliet order.
Now batting left fielder number 28, Leon MacArthur.
Quick thinking by Justin Levy to jump on his back foot and make the cross-body throw to get the out. Liam MacArthur comes up on the left side, and his back foot is almost out of the lefty box. It really is on the back line. First pitch. Watches a changeup blown away for a strike. MacArthur is as far back as you can go, and you cannot see any of the chalk underneath his back foot, creating a perfect crease with the back line. Pitch comes in, swing, and a shot through to left field on the ground. Davis scores from third, and it's 5-3 Y'alls in the bottom of the 5th. Still with one away and runners on first and second.
Now batting second baseman number 12, Antonio Valdez.
MacArthur is 2 for 3. Now it's up to Antonio Valdez, who is hitless with an 0 for 2 line to come up. Open stance on the left side. He tilts his front foot off towards third. His feet are not even. First pitch misses low and inside. Very odd stance. His toes are pointed down the third baseline. I've never seen that before. His back foot is horizontal, but the front one is not. 1-0 misses. Throw over to second on the back pick. Not in time. Sergio's run into trouble on those long back pick attempts before this season. I believe it was against the Washington Wild Things where he tried it and the ball ended up in center field. 2-0, runners on first and second. From the stretch. 9 away, 3-0 count. The tying run is on first. Go ahead run at the plate. There is action in the Joliet bullpen. Looks as if Cam Smith is starting to loosen up. He's jogging up and down the right field line. The pitch. Winds in for a strike, 3-1. Y'all's right-hander Ross Thompson has started to stretch off in the left field bullpen. Pori has only retired one batter for the first now 7 he's faced. 3-1, misses blown away. The bases are once again loaded. And here comes the team's home run leader, Matthew Workington, who has not only sent 15 dingers this year, but he has also dealt one of them in this series, leading off yesterday's game with a 2-run shot, leading off his day yesterday. This was a 5-0 Y'alls lead after the third inning. Now it is 5-3 with the bases loaded and one away in the bottom of the 5th. High leg kick, the pitch. Misses low. And this has just been a sleepwalk frame for the Y'alls. Joliet has put up 3 hits. They've also reached on a trio of walks as well. Corey settles in first base side of the rubber. Here he goes, a sidearm. This is inside, a 2-0 count. Workington has been given the green light to swing on 3-0. That's when he hit the home run yesterday. But at this point, Carter Pori is finding it nearly impossible to find the strike zone. Workington crowds the plate a couple inches closer. Lays his Auburn bat on his back shoulder. 2-0, the pitch. Slider misses low. 3-0 count. Ross Thompson hurriedly now on the mound in the bullpen, pitching to bullpen catcher Alan Goodwin. 3-0. Fastball down the middle. Heidel, the runner on third. MacArthur, the leadoff man on second. Valdez on first. Heidel reached on an RBI fielder's choice. MacArthur, the RBI single, and Valdez, that last walk. One away from the stretch. Swinging a pop-up foul off to the first base side. Warkentin is the 8th batter of this inning. Joliet has scored 3 on 3 hits and 3 walks. Florence leads 5-3 thanks to the Brian Fuentes grand slam and the Hank Zeisler triple, after which he scored. Both of those in the third. Full count pitch. Inside the low. 5-4 Yalls. The 4th walk of the inning, and that's it for Carter Pori. He retires 1 batter in the 8 he sees, and now it's up to Ross Thompson to come in and clean up the mess. Yalls lead by 1 with the bases loaded. We'll be back with this Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken pitching change after a quick break.
Now coming in the pitch for Florence, number 55, Ross Thompson. Now batting designated hitter number 17, Jonathan.
And with the Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken pitching change, Ross Thompson replacing Carter Pori after he goes just a third of an inning, facing 8 batters, walking 4 and letting up 3 hits. He's also let up 4 runs. It's 5-4 Yalls, 1 away in the bottom of the 5th. Joliet has the bases loaded for the lefty Jonathan Sierra. Righty deals. First pitch misses high and away. Thompson coming in, trying to drain the swamp. A double play would get him out of this. But the Yalls led 5-0 before this frame. Pori replaced Ty Good after a near perfect outing. This pitch swung on and belted up the middle. 1 run scores, and coming around from second for the lead is Valdez. Relay home is cut off. Joliet bats around, and they now lead for the first time in this game, 6-5. 2-run single for Jonathan Sierra.
Number 8, Victor Nova.
Victor Nova comes up. He led off this inning with a 4-pitch walk. Thompson's high leg kick. That's high and outside. 1-0. To continue, Ty Good had a near perfect outing. He led up a hit to his first batter and retired the next 12 in order. Was taken out after only 54 pitches. This one sails up high, 2-0. The Yalls have won their last 4 series out of the break. Now they are in danger of losing their first. The pitch. Misses low, ball 3. Runners on first and second, only one out here in the bottom of the fifth. This has been a long inning for Joliet. It started, I believe, 15 minutes ago. The pitch upstairs and outside, and Joliet once again has the bases loaded.
That walk brought to you by Julie before you big blacktop. Every project, every time.
Victor Nova has walked twice in this inning, both of them on 4 pitches. Here's Adam Pottinger. He singled to right last time up in this frame. Thompson comes set. He fires. Swinging a dribbler up the middle. It bounces off of Thompson's glove into third. They're not going to get anyone. 7-5 Joliet on what should have been and easily could have been a double play. Thompson tried to play defense, but he flung his arm up and blocked the ball in an unpredictable direction. The Owls are lucky that more runs didn't come home there. 7-5 Joliet the score after a pinball single, and here's Chris Davis. He singled last time up. First pitch runs upstairs and outside. And I get it, Thompson is trying to help out the guys around him, but that is another freak accident that goes against the Owls, like yesterday. Pitch to the lefty, falls in for a strike. I mean, yesterday the Owls are up 2, bases loaded in the 7th inning, and Joliet sneaks through on this just measly single that gets over the pitcher in front of and behind Zade Richardson. Swing and a miss low and inside, and in front of Dalton Davis. You had a line of 3 players who were just in the wrong position to get that ball, and 2 runs scored last night to tie the game and send it to extras. Joliet has a 2-run lead thanks to another pinball. 1-2, misses outside. Just these frames of misfortune. 2-2, swinging a dribbler to the backstop. The Owls were riding the wave of a 5-run lead off the Brian Fuentes grand slam and the Hank Zeisler triple, scoring on the next play on a Stephen Hrustich sac fly. 2-2, he lunges and misses. The first out in 7 batters. 2 away now, bases still loaded for Joliet, up by 2. Andrew Fernandez comes up. He walked last time. From the stretch, the lefty watches one. And that walk to Fernandez gave Joliet its first run. Now Fernandez has an opportunity to give the Slammers their 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. That pitch misses low and inside. Well, we mentioned it last time he came up. He has not hit a home run this season, although this is only his 7th game with the Slammers. 2-0, leans back and watches one in on the chin. Against Pori, it was a battle. It was a 7-pitch walk. But Thompson has dealt 3 in the same spot. All of them, well, not in the exact same spot, but all balls. 3-0, inside and low, ball 4.
That walk brought to you by Julie before you dig that out. Protect yourself and your family.
8-5, Joliet.
Now batting catcher number 23, Brandon Hideout.
I'm looking for the most runs the Owls have allowed in a single inning. I think this is it. But it's not off of hitting. Brandon Heidel at the plate. First pitch, he swings and belts it to straightaway center field. O'Saban in pursuit towards the warning track, and he slows up and catches it. A disaster frame, but the Owls have to rebound. Top of the 6th, coming your way, a 3-run Joliet lead, an 8-run, 13-batter 5th.
All right, fans, on your feet, it's time for the Milano Bakery Bread Toss. Every morning for 4 generations, a member of the dependable family made sure that the bread roll rises long before the sun does. Honest and festive bread, cookies, custom cakes, pastries, and more. Located at 427 South Chicago Street in Joliet. Milano Bakery. Everybody loves a little Italian. Are you looking for the perfect venue to host a wedding reception, special event, corporate meeting, golf outing, and more? Look no further. Morris Country Club is your destination. Our banquet facility, which overlooks our picturesque golf course, can accommodate from 10 to 280 guests. We look forward to working with you at Morris Country Club. Taking off the Florence 6, left fielder number 25, Florence.
After a disaster fifth, the Yalls are tasked with coming back from a 3-run deficit. 8-5 Joliet after a 13-batter, 8-run fifth. Stephen Hrustich leads off from the right side, and it's still the starter Jake Armstrong out there for the first time today playing with a lead. Top the 6th inning coming your way from Slammer Stadium. First pitch from the windup. This is upstairs. Last time out against the Yalls in June, Armstrong earned the win, but that was a stellar pitching performance. This has not been so great as he winds a strike in there. Curveball on the front door. In the 3rd inning, he let up 5 runs on 4 hits. He's let up 6 hits across the game so far. 1-1. Swing and a pop-up. Right side, foul ground. Workington, the first baseman, back on it. And 2 hands, he's got it. One away after the pop out. Zade Richardson comes up 0 for 2 so far in this one with a strikeout and a ground out to short. In June, Armstrong earned the win. He pitched shutout baseball against Florence. That was through 5 innings. The pitch runs high and inside and hits him. Zade is aboard with a hit by pitch. He's been hit the 2nd most out of any member of the Yalls. That's his 9th, and only half of what Hank Zeitzler has had to endure with 18 of them. Sergio Gutierrez comes up. He's 1 for 2. He even stole a base last time. Correction with Armstrong. When he pitched against Florence, he went 6 2/3 and allowed 4 hits, no runs. He earned the win in that 5-0 shutout, the first time these teams played all year. The right-hander fires from the stretch, squares to bunt, but pulls back high on a ball. Now he's in line for the win, but he's allowed 5 runs, including a grand slam. The Yalls pitching just could not find the zone in the bottom of the 5th. They walked 6 batters. That pitch falls in for a strike high and inside. 1-1 count. There is no action in the Yalls bullpen. There are a couple bodies throwing for Joliet. From the stretch, swing and a pop-up over the 3rd base side and foul. That lands on top of the stadium. 1-2 count. Gutierrez steps out of the box and readjusts his red and white batting gloves. From the stretch, head cocked down, Armstrong rises and throws. Swinging a liner down the right field side now to play. If Sergio straightens that one out, it's gone. Both home runs in this series have gone to the longer parts of the yard. Matthew Workington yesterday to center field, Ryan Fuentes to left. 348 to left, 400 to center. Just 327 to right. The pitch, swinging a line drive into right field, but right at Chris Davis, and he grabs on the fly. Two-way here in the top of the sixth, an 8-5 Joliet lead. Here comes Justin Levy. He's 1 for 2 with a long double his first time up. He's put on an offensive charge when the Yalls needed to this season. He's one of the 5 players who's hit a grand slam. He hit 2 home runs in the last week. First pitch to the righty. Falls in for a strike, lone away. And coming up with 2 out, Levy is 3 for 18 with 4 RBIs. He struck out twice. From the stretch, he swings and lifts it to straightaway center field. Pottinger runs over his shoulder. He's got time and grabs it. Yalls strand Zade Richardson on the hit by pitch and still trail by 3 as we move on to the bottom of the 6th inning. It looks like Ross Thompson will be back on the bump for his second inning of relief.
Presented by Star Cinema. We have contestant Nathan down there. Today's question, who kills Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars? Is it A, Princess Leia, B, Luke Skywalker, or C, Obi-Wan Kenobi?
The answer is A.
And you are correct. Congratulations. Thanks for playing. Rand Appliance and TV is a family-owned appliance, mattress, and electronics retailer established in 1930. Their mission is to create customers for a lifetime by providing them everyday low prices and the industry's best buying experience. Visit them to experience the brand difference for yourself.
Bottom of the 6th inning coming your way. 8-5 Joliet leads thanks to that marathon 5th inning, in which they were walked 6 times, reaching base on 4 hits. Leading off, it's the top of the order. Liam MacArthur, he's 2 for 3 with a couple singles. Righty on the bump is Ross Thompson, first pitch to the lefty. A fastball at the knees for a strike. Joliet trotted 13 batters to the plate in that frame. From the stretch, low and inside. 1-1 count. Again, 6 walks in that inning. It's just the kicker. Yalls just were not giving themselves a chance. 1-1, sent out to short. Johnson waits on it, fielded at the shoelaces. Throw on to first is in time.
Now batting second
Away
base,
here
number
in the
12,
6th. 3-run Joliet lead. Antonio Valdez is hitless. He reached on a walk in the 5th inning. Retired on a fielder's choice in the 1st and a pop out to second in the 4th. He bats from the left side. Those baby blue batting gloves situated in the bottom of his bat. First pitch. It's high and outside, a 1-0 count. Thompson steadies in. He last pitched a week ago. That pitch swung on to shallow center field. O'Sabin waits on it. He's got time, and he makes a catch. 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th. Believe it or not, that's 3 straight batters in a row retired. It wouldn't sound that crazy
First baseman, number 35.
if you hadn't watched the fifth inning, but we've all been treated to the same gruesome sight that was that walkathon. Matthew Workington walked in that inning and brought home a run that way. He's 0 for 2 besides that. Thompson saddles in on the first base side of the rubber. High leg kick, loops a curveball to the top of the zone. 0-1 count. On Saturday, he allowed 1 run on 1 hit in 1 inning. Before that, he pitched on July 24th. That one grounded out foul to the third base side, 0-2. That was another Y'alls win. Middle of the Evansville series. He went 4 innings. Allowed 3 hits, 2 runs. They struck out a trio. 2 away, bases empty, bottom of the 6th. 3-run Joliet lead. From the windup, the pitch. Check swing, tap down the third base side. Fuentes barehands it, sidearm throw to first is high and in time. Brian Fuentes deals it across his body for a stellar play. Joliet is retired in order, and we move on to the 7th inning. Maybe some life showing for the Y'alls after the acrobatic defense.
Cole and Will. First one to throw each piece of the jump final in the trash is our big winner. They're getting set up out there. Looks like we're ready to go, and go to it, guys. All right, you go quick. Here we go. All right, fans, come on, cheer 'em on out there. And we have our winner over at third base. Thanks for playing. Solidarity Family Community. Those are the principals, Local 597 Chicago pipefitters around us for over 130 years in the Joliet area. When it comes to the safety of you and your loved ones, we do it right the first time. Now coming in the pitch of Joliet, number 44, Ian Delman.
Top of the 7th inning coming your way, and the lights are on here at Slammers Stadium. This call for lights is brought to you by Edgewood Electric. From the beginning, Edgewood has been dedicated to leading the electrical data and telephone industries. Reach out at edgewoodusa.com or call 888-560-6656 and see how Edgewood Electric commits to a customer-first attitude. 8-5 Joliet with a new pitcher in the game. Y'alls have the bottom of the order, and Ed Johnson up. Righty-righty matchup with Ian Delman, the right-hander in his 28th appearance. First pitch loops in high for a ball. Johnson so far in this one is 1 for 2 with a bunt single in the third and a pop out to first in the fourth. Delman walks in with a .506 earned run average and 43 strikeouts. He winds and fires. Fastball low and away for a strike. Delman relieves the starter Jake Armstrong after 6 innings. He allowed 6 hits and 5 runs in that time. Delman resets the 1-1. Falls low. Armstrong struck out 4 batters. The last one came in the 3rd inning before the Y'alls scored all those runs. That was a 5-run third. 2-1, battered up the middle, threw to second, caught on the hop, throw to first is in time. Valdez waited for that one on the outfield grass and gets Johnson 1 away. The Y'alls have been hitless since the leadoff batter in the 4th inning. Now 1 away, bases empty here in the top of the 7th. Blazo Sabin comes up searching for his first hit of the game. He's 0 for 3. Infield back in the middle. First pitch, he squares to bunt and pulls back as that one runs high. Most of the infield back, but Victor Nova is very far in at third base. The shortstop, Andrew Fernandez, is on the outfield grass, as is second baseman Antonio Valdez. Matthew Workington in first is pretty far back down the line. The 1-0. A fastball high and away for a strike. 1-1 count, 2-0 Sabin. He adjusts his helmet and hops right back in the box. Delman's last game was July 30th. Swing and miss from O'Sabin, low and inside, 1-2. That was the first game of the Washington Wild Things series here at Slammers Stadium. And that was a Wild Things sweep. He went 1 inning of no-hit baseball and struck out the side. The 1-2 upstairs. Delman is trying for his 3rd straight hitless and scoreless appearance. He winds and kicks high. That pitch misses low, bouncing in front of home. 3-0 count for O'Sabin. Nobody on, 1 out. 8-5 Joliet, top the 7th inning. Full count pitch to O'Sabin, misses inside, and the fastest player in the All's order is aboard with a walk.
Now batting first baseman number 23, Craig Massey.
Blaze is second on the team in steals, but if it weren't for missing a week and a half with an injury and not being signed until June, more than a month into the season, he would easily have the team lead, and he did for a while until that injury spell. He has 18 steals, 2 behind Ed Johnson for the team lead at 20. Craig Massey at the plate, he's 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch to the lefty. Fastball at the Sox, 1-0. O'Sabin dangles off first by a 3.5 step lead. 1-0 for Massey. Delman, high leg kick, the pitch. He runs off for second, throw to the bag. Not in time, it skips through to center, but O'Sabin stays put. His 19th steal of the season, and he's 19 for 19. Two 2-0 count. And here comes Tyler Martin, the Joliet pitching coach, to talk with Delman. It's only his 3rd batter. He retired the first one, walked O'Sabin on a decent 6-pitch battle, but he's struggling against Massey to find the zone. There is plenty of movement in the Joliet bullpen. There is one right-hander warming up. It's tough to tell from back here who that is. Looks like it's Frank Plesac, who pitched last night, and frankly did not have the easiest time of it, going an inning and a third, allowing a run on 2 hits. But that is Frank Plesac warming up out there. Threw 22 pitches last night. That's not a gargantuan total, but that does strike me as odd, considering that they have a decent-sized bullpen to work with outside of him. He got sort of hit around. 2-0 count for Massey, runner on second, 1 away, 8-5 Joliet. The pitch misses downstairs, a 3-0 count. The tying run is on deck in Brian Fuentes, who lashed that grand slam all the way back in the 3rd inning. Delman takes a heavy breath. First base side of the rubber, and he stares daggers at the plate. Here he goes, the 3-0. Fastball down the middle. Three and 1 count. Massey digs in the middle of the lefty box, closed off stance, on his toes, on his front foot, rocking back and forth. The 3-1. He swings and sends it into the left center field gap. That'll fall. O'Sabin rounds 3rd. He gets the green light from Chad Rhodes at 3rd. Relay home is in time. The tag applied, but he's under it. Massey jogs into 2nd with a double. Likely a single with an extra base. But O'Sabin races home from 2nd. Sort of a hesitant green light from Chad Rhodes, who very slowly went into the windmill. Now 8-6 Joliet. The tying run is at the plate, and Brian Fuentes. Only one member of the Alls has homered multiple times in one game, and that's Stephen Hrustich. But Fuentes has some momentum. He put a charge into the flyout in his last at-bat after hitting the grand slam. Both of those went out to left. He's 2 for 3. First pitch. Watches one upstairs. Settles in, crowding the plate. Delleman comes set with his glove at his belt. One away, runner on second. High leg kick, and he bounces it. Ready again. Glove pitched on his hip. Delleman stares back at second. His 2-0. This is high and outside. One pitch away from putting the go-ahead run at the plate, and Hank Zeisler. Well, Fuentes is on a tear in this second half, batting .418 since the All-Star break. Hank Zeisler isn't too pretty of an alternative for any defense. 3-0. That's what they're going to get. That pitch is high and away. A 4-pitch walk to Brian Fuentes puts runners on first and second for the left-handed hitting Hank Zeisler. Frank Plesac is waiting out in the bullpen for his chance, and he is going to get it. Mike Pinto is out there to take care of Delleman and send him back to the dugout. He retired one batter, walked two, allowed one hit. Now the go-ahead run is at the plate after one run scored. Frank Plesac coming on for his second game in a row. We'll be back.
Attention fans, now coming to the pitch for the Slammers, number 11, Frank Plesac. Now batting right fielder number 13.
Back with you in the top of the seventh inning, 8-6 Joliet in a back and forth affair. Y'alls have the go-ahead run at the plate against a new pitcher. Frank Plesac relieves Ian Delleman after a third of an inning of work, allowing one hit and two walks. Hank Zeisler digs in on the left side against the right-hander. There is just one out, runners on first and second. Infield shifted over to the right side, but still at double play depth. First pitch, hefty swing and miss behind the fastball. Plesac pitched last night. In an inning and a third, he allowed one run on two hits. He tossed just 22 pitches. He's tasked with going in back-to-back nights. He comes set, brown glove at the belt. Low leg kick, swing and a miss. 0-2 count for Hank Zeisler. He struck out his first time up, but after that tripled and scored on a Stephen Hrustich sac fly. That was the fifth and so far, and until this inning, final run for the Y'alls. But Florence has put through one. Craig Massey's RBI single brought Blazo Sabin around from second. Now Massey is on second, and Brian Fuentes is on first after a walk. 0-2 to Zeisler. Swing and a shot out to first base. Workington dives, but it gets by. Massey has a green light around third. He goes home. Throw goes to third. Fuentes dives. He's safe. 8-7 Joliet. And the Y'alls have the tying run 90 feet from home with just one out. Runners on the corners.
Fielder number 25, Stephen Hrustich.
Here comes Steven Hrustich. He already has one sacrifice fly in this game. Anything to the outfield would probably get the job done and tie this one back up. Top the seventh, 8-7 Joliet. All 8 of the Slammers' runs came around in the 5th inning, in which they were walked 6 times, only needing 4 hits. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch. Curveball low and away for a strike. Hrustich has marked 3 sac flies on the season. He's got 29 RBIs with a runner in scoring position. Plesac from the stretch. He bounces it in the lefty box. 1-1. Besides the sac fly, Hrustich is 0 for 2. Flied out to right in the 2nd, popped out to 1st. Last time up to lead off the 6th. He leans over the plate. Baby blue bat, 2-piece with a black handle. 1-1 from the stretch. Fastball low. 2-1 count. The royal blue skies underneath hazy gray clouds above. Canvas on top of the LEDs here in Joliet. The American flag blowing heavily towards third base. 2-1. Swinging a pop up over the backstop. 2-2 count. That one hit the top of the press box and rebounded back down into the 5th row behind home. The innermost layers of the lower bowl are pretty much packed here in Joliet with a busy concourse. The old Smoky Bar down the left field line with paper mache workers on top is busy. Throw over to first, and Zeisler is back in diving. 4 times tonight we've seen the red, white, and blue lights atop the fire trucks light up as the firefighters go out to work from beyond the station in the left field area. Just a black fence divides us from the fire country. 2-2 from the stretch, misses low and away. If you squint your eyes and stare out even beyond the firehouse, you can catch the spires of the Joliet prison. But it's been a jailbreak in this one. Every inning in which a run has been scored, multiple prisoners have escaped. 5 runs in the 3rd for the Yalls, 2 here in the 7th. From the stretch, runner off for a second, belted down the left field line and foul. Very well executed hit and run, but Hrustich was a little early on the pitch there. He keeps the count full with runners on the corners and 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Tying run on third base. Infield back at double play depth. Hrustich stares in. From the stretch, he swings and lifts it into the right center field gap, tailing back towards the fence. At the warning track, that one is up, and it lands. Diving as Bondurant got by. Fuentes jogs home to score and tie the game. Zeisler blows through the stop sign at 3rd, and he's caught off the plate. Hrustich is at 2nd with an RBI double. Pottinger laid out in center at the warning track and was unclear where the ball landed.
Now batting designated hitter number 9, Zay Richardson.
But it got by him. The game is now tied with 2 away in the top of the 7th. Zay Richardson comes up to the plate with Hrustich in scoring position. Lays the 2-piece bat on his back shoulder. Pitching from the stretch, Plesac's first. A strike high and away. Zaid is 0 for 2 in this one. He struck out in the 2nd and grounded out to end that 5-run 3rd. Last time up, he reached on a first pitch, hit by pitch. Oh and 1. Swing and a miss behind the fastball. 0-2 count. Zeisler rounding 3rd there made 0 sense. The ball was already in the infield. He just had his heart set on scoring. And after what's been a productive offensive outing for him, that just made no sense. The Yaws could have the go-ahead run at third base with one away. The pitch misses up top. And they always say, you never want to make the first or third out at third. But home, that just made 0 sense. And I'll have to rewatch. I think he had the stop sign. One and two count. Plesac with the glove at the hip. He fires. Fouled off to the backstop. The Yaws have put up 3 runs in this inning. Craig Massey singled home Blazo Sabin. And Hank Zeisler brought Massey around with a base knock. And Rustich's double scores Fuentes from third, rather. And Zeisler caught trying to take home from first. 1 and 2. That bounces. Two and two. Plesac comes set, his glove at his shoulders. He stares back at second. Infield shifted over to the left. The pitch, swing a dribbler foul into the Florence dugout. A long "Let's Go Slammers" chant of the last couple of pitches arising throughout the ballpark. Still 2 and 2 to Richardson. 2 away, runner on second. Tie game, top of the 7th. Low leg kick, swing and a miss. Y'all still score 3. Zeisler getting caught at the plate. Might be a landmark moment in this one that we'll revisit later. But for now, we move on through the 7th inning stretch. Don't go anywhere. Florence Yaws baseball. We'll be back in a moment.
Brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Let's all sing along with Harry to Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Tonight's 50-50 raffle winner, a green ticket he is holding. Green like Rhoda. Number 774516. And we also have a concession stand special $1 hot food items while they last.
Tie game coming out of the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Beacon Orthopedics. Beacon is one of the largest and fastest growing orthopedic practices in the Cincinnati area. It's no wonder that they are the official healthcare provider of the Florence Yaws. 8-8 after the Yaws score 3 in the top half of the 7th. Hank Zeisler, Craig Massey, and Steven Hrustich all pulling through with RBIs. Ross Thompson is on the hill for his 3rd inning of relief, dealing to the lefty Jonathan Sierra. First pitch from the right-hander, this is blown away. Thompson came through clutch in the 6th inning, retiring the side in order. But that 5th inning, in which Joliet scored all 8 of its runs, still haunts. That one sent foul off to the left side and far out of play. That inning, it wasn't a whole lot of Slammers offense. They had 4 hits, but they walked 6 times. 1-1. Fastball at the shoulders, 2-1 count. And not once did Joliet record an extra base hit in that frame. It was all singles. That's all they've had. 2-1. Called a strike high and away. 2-2 count to Sierra. He had a 2-run single in that 5th inning. He's 1 for 3. From the windup. That bounces in the lefty box, but narrowly misses Sierra. A full count now. Thompson got through on 8 pitches in the last inning. This is the 6th in this at-bat. Here he goes. Inside and low, ball 4.
That walk brought to you by Joliet.
Brings up Joliet's walk machine.
Now batting third
And
base,
Victor
number
Nova.
8, Victor Nova.
With 2 walks today, he's up to 40 on the season. That's second most on the team behind Jesse De La Cruz. Taps both sides of home plate, leaning in from the left side. First pitch. He swings and ropes it in right field on the ground. Zeisler attacks it and holds Sierra at second. First 2 runners are aboard for Joliet. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th.
Now batting center fielder, number 18, Adam Pottinger.
Here comes Adam Pottinger. He's 2 for 3. His last hit was a freaky one. It bounced off of Ross Thompson's glove and out to third. His first hit was also in that same 5th inning, and it was through to right field. Comes up on the left side of the plate. Thompson readies, glove at his shoulders. First pitch. Backdoor curve, falls for a strike. Sergio Gutierrez and second baseman Justin Levy take a moment to talk things over with Ross Thompson. They're joined by home plate umpire Adam Morgan. A lot of times this season we've seen the home plate umpire watch those pitcher to catcher conversations and make sure they don't go overtime. They break. 0-1 count for Pottinger. He laid out in center field on Stephen Hrustich's double, and it was unclear whether the ball was in his glove or not. It's at least from my vantage point. I don't have a monitor, so I have no idea what the Flow Sports cameras showed there. 0-1. Hefty swing and miss. Chase a breaking ball high and away. But Hank Zeisler was pretty sure that that ball was on the ground, and he tried to score from first. While Fuentes tied the game from third, Zeisler was caught in the act. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Runners on first and second. Joliet tied up the game after trailing by 3 in the 7th inning last night. That took the game to extras. The 0-2, check swing on a fastball inside for strike 3. That's Thompson's second strikeout of the evening. He came on after 8 batters made their way to the plate in the 5th. He retired the last 2 outs of the inning. He is responsible for one of those runs. But he allowed a hit to the first guy he saw, and the Nova hit this inning was his only other one. First pitch to the lefty, Chris Davis. He checks the swing and sends it foul. A double play does it. The Owls have not turned one of those at all in this series. The pitch, swinging a pop-up, third base side and hooking foul. Fuentes is under it. He looks up and puts up one hand. He grabs it. Back-to-back outs. Neither one leaves the infield. 2 away. Joliet in danger of stranding the first 2 batters of the inning after reaching on a walk and a hit. Andrew Fernandez has 2 RBI walks in this game. Other than that, he's 0 for 1 with a backwards K. Remember, Ty Good had such an incredible start to this game for Florence. 4 innings, he allowed a hit to the first man he saw and retired the next 12. That pitch swung on to center field. O'Saban tracks over to his right, and he's got time. He makes the catch. Joliet threatens but can't bring anyone home, and just like last night, we're tied up through 7. 8-8 the score as we move on to the top of the 8th inning. 7-8-9 due up for the Yalls.
All right, fans, it's time for the lightsaber balloon battle. Tonight's contestants are Nathan and Gavin. They'll each be given a balloon that they must keep in the air using only the lightsaber. The contestant that goes the longest without letting the balloon hit the ground is our winner. All right, start it up, guys. All right, looks like we have a tie here this evening.
It's a new pitcher for Joliet in an 8-8 tie entering the top of the 8th inning. Gino Encina, the right-hander, comes on to replace Frank Plesac after 2/3 of an inning in relief, allowing 2 hits and 1 run, striking out 1 batter. Sergio Gutierrez leads off against the right-hander. So Gutierrez, the switch hitting catcher, comes up on the left side. He's 1 for 3. All of those at-bats have been from the left. Encina comes in with a 117 earned run average across 9 appearances. He winds his first pitch. Gutierrez bunts but holds back. That misses high and inside. This is Encina's first relief appearance of the season. As a starter, he's 3-2. He's dealt 53 2/3 innings. His whip is fantastic, .78. The pitch, fastball at the knees, 1-1 count. Last time out, Encina started. That was on July 31st, so Wednesday. High leg kick, this is high and outside. That was in the middle set of the sweep at the hands of Washington right here at Slammers Stadium. He went 5 innings, allowed 6 hits, 3 runs. From the windup, it's 2-1, swung on and tapped over the backstop. 2-2 count. He struck out 2 batters in that appearance. Every time he's pitched, he's gone at least 3 innings. And every time since June 20th, he's gone at least 6, with the exception of Wednesday. Now he settles in again, his light brown glove hiding his eyes. 2-2 to Gutierrez from the slow windup, swinging another pop-up over the backstop. In the leadoff spot, Sergio Gutierrez has been one of the more efficient members of the Yalls with a .381 line. As a leadoff hitter among qualifying players, that is the second best batting average. 2-2 again, fastball in on the belt, makes it a full count. Sergio's on-base percentage in the leadoff role is at .536. He gets on base more than half the time he leads off. The 3-2, swing and a miss. This is not one of those times. One up, one down for Encina in his first relief outing of the entire season. Comes up against Justin Levy now, who's 1 for 3 after starting his day with a double to lead off that 5-run 3rd inning that catapulted all the scoring in this one. Encina, the San Antonio native, winds into it. First pitch to Levy, slides outside and low. He was a 2015 draft pick by the Blue Jays out of Incarnate Word in San Antonio, an 18th rounder. 1-0. That bounces off the plate. Encina made it as high as AAA. Monclova, that pitch falls in for a strike at the knees, 2-1. That was 2019 with the Acereros de Monclova in the Mexican League, but it was affiliated ball at that point. The pitch, high and inside, 3-1. This is not his first season in the Frontier League. In 2018, he pitched for the Southern Illinois Miners before they folded in 2021. After that, he was in the Mexican League for good when it was affiliated and when it was independent. The pitch to Levy, curveball inside for a strike. He's got a full count. Back in 2016, Encina was with the Dunedin Blue Jays, which is where former Y'alls pitcher Ryan Watson now pitches. Full count pitch, fastball upstairs, and that's called strike 3. That is the wrong call. That pitch was at the letters. The Y'alls lost on a controversial ball four last night. That pitch was upstairs by a mile. I don't have the fancy monitors with the Flow Sports feed, so I'm not getting the center field feed. But from up here, that pitch looked outside. Backwards K, and Encina has back-to-back strikeouts. Ed Johnson is at the plate on the right side. First pitch. He swings and taps it down the third base line. Fielded in foul ground. The throw over first would have been offline anyhow. Levy, after taking that strike 3, stopped for a moment and just looked at Morgan and then turned on his heel back home, or back to the dugout. I'll have to look back at it, but that, from up here, it looked obvious that that should have been ball 4. Top of the 8th inning, 2 away, bases empty, tied up 8-8. Encina shields his chin with the glove, steps into it from the first base side. The pitch, swinging a broken bat dribbler to third, fielded at the ankle, sidearm throw to first is in time. Y'all's retired 1-2-3. In this game, it's been either you're shut down in short order or you put up a multi-run frame. We move on to the bottom of the 8th. Y'all's retired in short order.
Sponsor the Joliet Sliders invites you to visit their tasting room for a glass of wine, a wine slushie, or come in to enjoy one of their many events. Enjoy a wine pouch at the gate tonight, or your ticket stub from tonight's game and receive a discounted tasting with the purchase of wine at Sailor Creek Winery. And now, fans, we have a special Sith versus Jedi tug of war competition. Tonight's contestants, Bo, Andrew Nash, Abby, Sharon, Ola, and Maverick are down there. On my go, the teams will begin pulling, and the first team to get the red flag past the cone is our winner. Looks like they are set up, and away they go. Go. And we have a winner. Congratulations. Fans, don't forget, kids who would like to run the bases after tonight's game can line up at the bottom of section 115, beginning at the top of the 9th inning. Kids will run from first to home and exit over at the third base gate. Parents, pick up your children over at section 114, and remember, as always, no sliding.
Bottom of the 8th inning coming your way with a Lee's famous recipe chicken pitching change. Matt Fernandez is on the bump for his second professional appearance. Last time he pitched for the Y'alls, he was fantastic. He went 2 shutout innings. Fernandez pitched, only allowing 1 hit, earning the win back on Wednesday. He replaces Ross Thompson. Now Fernandez gets 9-1-2 in the Joliet order, all tied up at 8-8. Righty-righty matchup with the catcher Brandon Heidel. In field at normal depth. First pitch, swing and a miss. The first time where we've seen the middle infielders closer in on that infield dirt. Corners at their average spot. Heidel is 0 for 3 with an RBI ground out. 0-1 from the windup. This is blown away. Thompson pitched 2 2/3 innings of relief. Tried to clean up the mess from Carter Pori's third of an inning in the fifth. When Pori allowed 7 of the 8 runs that Joliet has, Thompson only responsible for 1 of them. 3 hits, 3 walks, 2 Ks. 1-1, high and inside, check swing, but he didn't bite. 2-1 to Heidel. Fernandez is a product of Pitt University. Started with 1 college year at FIU, but finished out with 2 out in the Steel City. He winds a 2-1 and misses upstairs. 3-1 count. Heidel settles in, crowding the plate on the right side. 3-1 pitch. He swings and chops it down the third base line and foul. Last year, Heidel was off in the Alaska League playing for, rather 2 years ago, he was off in the Alaska League playing for the Matsushima Miners. He was really the backup catcher there. Now he's playing pro baseball. Started off with 4 college years at Oakland. The team that made such a great run in March Madness. Full count, high leg kick. He lunges and fouls it off to the right side. To the windup goes Fernandez, rates the glove high. That one chopped up the middle, right at Ed Johnson at short. Fields at the hip, sidearm throw to first gets him. 1 away on a 7-pitch battle. And Matt Fernandez continues his scoreless start to pro baseball. It's the top of the order and Liam MacArthur. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI. He's 2 for 4 with an RBI single in the fifth. First pitch to the lefty. Squares to bunt, leads down third base side. Fuentes charges. Bare hand throw to first. It's high, but he got him. This has been a series of immaculate fielding from Brian Fuentes with the 2 diving catches yesterday and a few ridiculous bare hand throws today that have been on the money.
Antonio Valdez.
Here comes Antonio Valdez. 2 away, bases empty. Tie game at 8-8. There were no more runs scored in regulation after the 7th inning last night, leading up to the fire show of a 10th. Joliet won on the walk-off walk. The pitch to Valdez misses upstairs and outside. The Y'alls started off with 2 runs in the top half of this inning, with 2 out, before Joliet answered back down to the final out, now to the comeback. Swing and a miss. 1-1 count. Valdez, like his current pitcher Gino Encina, product of Incarnate Word, also played at Baylor and UT San Antonio. 1-1 from the windup. He swings and fences it into shallow left field. That falls in front of Frustich. 1 on with 2 away. Here in the bottom of the 8th. There very likely will be a new pitcher in the game for Joliet in the top half of the 9th inning. Looking off down the right field line, and it's hard to tell who's warming up. It is a right-hander, and it looks like it could be Cam Smith. Matthew Workington comes up to the plate on the right side. Runner on first, 2 away, tie game, 8-8. From the stretch. Swinging a deep shot to straightaway center field. O'Saban on his horse back towards the wall. He looks up. That one hops the fence. Rounding third is Valdez. He's got the green light. Relay to the infield, and they won't get him. Matthew Workington had been silent since his home run in the first inning yesterday, and he comes up with the go-ahead double here in the bottom of the 8th. 9-8 Joliet. That's the margin with which they won last night in extras. Joliet has not won back-to-back games since taking a doubleheader against Schaumburg on July 11th. They're 3 outs away from doing so, and they've got Jonathan Sierra up with an opportunity for insurance. Righty-lefty battle. First pitch from Fernandez. Swung on and roped into shallow right field. Zeitzer attacks it. Wilkinson has the windmill. Throw goes to the infield, and Massey cuts it off.
That single by Jonathan Sierra.
10-8 Joliet on the RBI single for Jonathan Sierra.
Now batting third baseman number 8, Victor
Like
Nova.
last night, Joliet does its damage with 2 away. Victor Nova has a chance here. He's 1 for 2. He's also boarded on a pair of walks. Leans back in the lefty box. First pitch. Fastball at the belt for a strike. Normally you'd hear Rory Teddemer out here on road games, but he's off on vacation and he's been growing out a beard until the Yalls lose a series. It's been the entire second half as that pitch runs upstairs. Well, if the Florence bats don't come alive in the top of the 9th, Rory can break out the shaver. 1-1. Backdoor curveball falls for a strike. I've heard that razor is getting awful rusty, just sitting stale, unused. And frankly, I'd like it to stay that way. 1-2. Check swing high and inside. He went around. No, he didn't. Base umpire says he didn't. That's another one where it looked like that bat came around. This feels like the Justin Levy strikeout in the top half of this inning. That pitch looked an awful lot like ball 4. This one looked an awful lot like strike 3, but it's a 2-2 count. He fires. This is high and outside. Full count. Two away, runner on first, 10-8 Joliet, bottom of the 8th. From the stretch, runner off for second, swung on and roped to first. Massey blocks it and gloves it. They call that a line out. Keeling over to his right. The Yalls are backed up against the wall, but now they've got the top of the order 2 up for the 9th inning. Down 2 runs and needing a hilltop climber. We move on to the 9th inning here on the Florence Yalls Baseball Network.
New Federal aims to provide the highest quality service at the lowest possible cost. Accounts are insured by the National Credit Union Association for up to $250,000. For more information, visit them at www.newcenturyfcu.org or contact them to see if you qualify for a membership. Fans, don't forget, kids would like to run the bases can start lining up now at the bottom of section 115. Kids will run from first to home, exit at the third base gate. Parents, pick your children up over at section 114 on the third base side, and remember, as always, no sliding. Fans, once again, tonight's 50-50 raffle winners holding a green ticket 774516. If you haven't already collected your prize, head on down to the 50-50 table to pick that up. And now, coming in to pitch for Joliet, number 25, Cameron Smith. Heading out to Florence, 9th, center fielder number 6, Blaze O'Saban.
It's a 2-run Joliet lead leading into the top of the 9th inning, but the top of the order is up for the Yalls. Lee's famous recipe chicken pitching change on the Joliet side as Cameron Smith enters the game, relieving Gino Encina after a 1-2-3-8. Smith, the righty, comes in a closed-off stance. He deals to the fellow righty O'Saban, who swings and pops it straight up in front of third base. Nova is there with 2 hands up, and he gloves it. A quick start to the 9th.
Now batting first base.
Cam Smith walks into this one with a .338 earned run average, across 29 and a third innings of work, his 29th appearance. He's dealt 2 saves. The Yalls are 6 games back out of a playoff spot, needing wins, and they trail by 2. Craig Massey comes up on the left side. First pitch. Fastball at the belt for a strike. Last time up, he contributed to what was then a Florence comeback. Tying it up in the 7th, he had an RBI single. 0-1, Smith the low leg kick. Swinging a deep shot to right field, tracking back is Davis. Near the fence, he looks up. That one careens off the bottom of the wall. Massey cruises into second base, relayed to the infield, and he stops there. That's Craig Massey's second 9th inning double in the last week, as his double preceded the extra innings walk-off against Sussex County a week ago on Saturday. Here comes Brian Fuentes. He's had a flair for the dramatic with a grand slam already in this one in that walk-off on Saturday a week ago. Craig Massey's day is done. Pinch runner coming on is Thomas Jones. Normally an outfielder for the Yalls. He got the rest today. Now he's tasked to come on and steal. He's 0 for 1 on stolen bases. Rather, he's tasked to come on and run. But 0 for 1 on stolen bases this season. Although the Yalls do not need him to steal, they're down by 2. 1 away in the top of the 9th. Smith stares in, infield shifted over to the right for Fuentes. First pitch. Watches a front door curve for a strike. The Yalls really need this game, as checking in with our Maximum Plumbing out-of-town scoreboard, the Lake Erie Crushers, who hold the last playoff spot, won tonight at home against Windy City. The 0-1. Curveball dances low and away. So what a few moments ago was a 6-game deficit is now 6.5. The Yalls beat Lake Erie twice this week to close that gap down to 5 games. But they lost last night when the Crushers won. They're 2 outs away from having that happen again. 0-2 to Fuentes from the stretch. It bounces. Today, Fuentes is 2 for 3. He's been on a tear this second half, batting .411 since the All-Star break. Digs in, blue bat held high. 1-2 from the stretch. Fastball high and away for ball 2. When coming up with runners in scoring position, Fuentes is batting .337 with 46 RBIs. 4 of those off of his grand slam that opened the scoring back in the 3rd. The 2-2. He swings and rips it off to the right side, fielded on the outfield, grasped by Valdez. Throw to first gets him. Jones moves into 3rd, but that doesn't really matter. The Yalls are down to their final out, and they're relying on Hank Zeisler, who is halfway to the cycle in this one at 2 for 4, with a triple in the 3rd and an RBI single last time up. And if he gets one through here, the thoughts really turn back to when he was caught trying to score from first on that Stephen Hrustich game-tying double. Zeisler wanted the lead then, and he was sacrificed at home. First pitch to the lefty. He watches a curveball fall at the knees. With runners in scoring position, Hank is batting .343. Gets on base 50% of the time exactly. The pitch misses upstairs, 1-1. With 2 away, his on-base percentage is at .408. Jones dangles a leisurely 2 steps off a 3rd. 1-1 from the stretch, swing and a miss. Yalls down to their final strike on a 90-degree night in Joliet with a packed house. Fans streaming through the concourse and filling up the lower bowl. Lights flare off from the firehouse beyond left field. Smith, the low leg kick. Swing and a tapper out to second. Valdez has at the hip. Throw to first. and Joliet has won back-to-back games. For the first time in the second half, the Yalls have lost a series. They opened up by sweeping the Lake Erie Crushers, went on, taking 3 of 4 against the Evansville Otters, taking 2 of 3 against the Sussex County Miners, and 2 of 2 against Lake Erie again. 2 days ago, it was a 5-game gap for the last playoff spot in closing. Now it's ballooned back to 7. And Joliet, the team with the second worst record in the Western Conference, has taken the first 2 against the Yalls. The Yalls started off the scoring with that Brian Fuentes grand slam. Hank Zeisler followed up with a triple and scored on a Rusket sac fly. Then that disaster 5th inning did it. Ty Good had been fantastic, starting the game for the Yalls with 4 one-hit shutout innings. He allowed a knock to the first batter of the game and then retired the next 12 in order. Carter Pori came on for the 5th and just could not find the strike zone. In a third of an inning, he allowed 3 hits and walked 4. 7 runs came about on his watch. Ross Thompson relieved him, and it ended up being an 8-run 5th inning with 6 walks. Then the Yalls tied it back up in the 7th. Craig Massey's RBI single, followed by Hank Zeisler's RBI single. And Stephen Rustich had the double that scored Brian Fuentes to tie the game, but Zeisler was gone high and dry trying to take home from first. The Yalls lose by 2. You can't help but feel like having 2 men in scoring position with only 1 out would have felt a lot more comfortable for the Yalls back in the 7th than having 2 and a fast man just cut down at home. And Joliet came back with 2 more runs in the bottom of the 8th.
All right,
that was it.
Kids on the bases coming up in just a few minutes.
Yalls had the tying run at the plate, but that does it. It was still a great game for Brian Fuentes. He looks unstoppable right now. He went 2 for 4 for the second game in a row, this time with 4 RBIs off the Grandy. Massey was really good as well, 2 for 4 with an RBI and a double. Stephen Rustich came up with the 1 for 3 line with a couple RBIs and a double. Zeisler, despite the base running mistake, went 2 for 5 with a triple and an RBI single. Sergio Gutierrez had a hit. Justin Levy had a double to lead off his day. Ed Johnson had a hit. Only Zaid Richardson and Blazo Sabin are held hitless in this one for the Yalls. There are many positives. Ty Good was fantastic. The bats came alive for a great portion of the game. But the negatives outweigh the good in this one, and Joliet has won the series.
All right, time to run those bases.
Their 10th time taking back-to-back wins this season. They have not won 3 in a row. That's what the Yalls have to avoid tomorrow. It's a 1 o'clock first pitch here in Central Time. 2 for everyone out on the East Coast. That's where most of our Florence fans are in Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for listening tonight. It was a fun one, despite how frustrating it got at times if you're rooting for the Yalls. But now tomorrow, you got nothing to lose except playoff ground. So who knows what we'll see from the Yalls. After tomorrow, it's an off day back home in Florence before shipping off to Washington, Pennsylvania for arguably the hardest series you have left against the top seed. Checking in with our out-of-town scoreboard before we bid farewell. Les Aigles de Trois-Rivières have a 14-5 lead over the New England Knockouts in the 6th inning. Tri-City and New York were postponed. The Washington Wild Things won 2-0 over the Sussex County Miners after a weather delay. The Quebec Capitals have a lead 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th over the Ottawa Titans. Gateway Grizzlies are battering the Schaumburg Boomers right now. That one's in Schaumburg. That one is in Schaumburg, top of the 7th inning. The Evansville Otters, who have recently been in need of wins as the team with the lowest record in the Western Conference, they're ahead 14-0 over the New Jersey Jackals. So there's joy for our friends elsewhere in the tri-state area. But the Lake Erie Crushers come up with the 5-3 win over the Windy City Thunderbolts, elevating their lead to the last playoff spot to 7 games over the Alls. Florence falls 10-8. Just reading over our pitching lines one more time as well before we head out. Ty Good, 4 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts, retired 12 in a row to end his day. I still do not understand the decision to take him out of the game. He was only at 54 pitches. I know he pitched 2 days ago, but that's still a confusing one. That outing was cut short, 1 inning. It definitely felt like he could have gone longer, and it looked like he probably wanted to go longer too. Carter Pouring shoulders the load in the loss. 7 runs allowed on 3 hits, 4 walks. Ross Thompson, 2 2/3 innings after him, 3 hits, 1 run. Matt Fernandez pitched the 8th inning. Actually, he gets the loss for this one. His second professional outing, 1 inning, 3 hits, 2 runs, all of those with 2 away. This game ends up being 2 hours and 43 minutes. We hope you enjoyed listening. For that, we leave you after our Y'all's postgame show. 10-8 Joliet. Y'all have a good night.